Почитуван премиере, почитувани министри, ваши екселенции, партнери, посветени државни службеници. Ми представува огромна чест да ја најавам денешната министерска конференција на тема иновации и трансформација на јавната администрација која што е насочена кон граѓаните. И иако се обраќам во својот регионален капацитет, како директорка на РЕСПА, би искористила оваа ретка, а сепак толку добродедена прилика да ви се обратам на својот мајчин, македонски јазик и да ви посакам најтопло добре дојде. Препознавајќи ја важноста од размена на искуства и добри практики, кои се катализатори и инспирација за понатамошни реформи, како наша и ваша платформа, РЕСПА активно ја напредува соработката помеѓу клучните чинители и помеѓу државните службеници низ низа активности и инструменти. Тие вклучуваат таргетирана техничка помош, шеми на мобилност и размена на државни службеници, но и серија на обуки, тренинзи, академии. Работиме во тесна соработка со институциите на Европската Унија, со државните институции во земјите членки и со реномирани институти и академии со цел да го напредиме знаењето, вештините, професионалните мрежи, но и мајнсетот на државните службеници за кои се надеваме дека час поскоро ќе бидат активни креатори на заедничките политики на Европската Унија. Почитувани, реформата на јавната администрација како еден комплексен, долгорочен процес, чии што резултати често се гледаат дури на среден и краток рок, нечесто е во фокусот на политичкото внимание. Затоа сме исклучително почестени и охрабрени од присуството на премиерот денеска овде со нас, за нас јасна, недвосмислена потврда за значењето на реформата на јавната администрација, но и за заложбата за модерен јавен сектор. И навистина се радуваме доколку овој светол пример, како и други позитивни текови од земјите членки на РЕСПА ќе значат квалитативен исчекор во смисла на иновативна, ефикасна и професионална јавна администрација. Предизвиците пред кои е исправен јавниот сектор изискуваат храбро лидерство, но и капацитетна јавна администрација која што е способна да ги имплементира политиките на одржлив раст, со цел да се премостат се понагласените имплементацијски јазови. Јавната администрација може да биде или успешен вектор во смисла на спроведување на политиките, на реформите, на инвестициите, или пак тесно грло, особено ако се има во предвид на вистина комплексниот процес на пристапување кон ЕУ. И затоа, за нас во РЕСПА, ваквите диалози, како што имаме денеска, доаѓаат во клучен момент и како прашање од итност, но и како прашање од голема можност. Така да денеска ќе дискутираме како да ги унапредиме иновациите во јавниот сектор, ќе видиме и наградиме конкретни решенија од регионот и заедно ќе се обидеме да го демистифицираме концептот на иновации. Бидејќи тие може, но и не мора нужно да се поврзани со напредните технологии, меѓутоа многу често и се иницирани од самите вработени, може да значат унапредување на процеси, на услуги, иницирани од вработените кои навистина ги познаваат системите. Затоа, инвестициите во човечкиот капитал во јавната администрација и креирање на обкружување кој што ги поддржува иновациите за нас е клучно, а во РЕСПА за тоа нултиот чекор, ако можам да кажам, почнува со тоа што посветените државни службеници ќе бидат видени, препознаени, поддржани и охрабрени. Така да во овој момент навистина би го поканила премиерот Мицкоски да ни се обрати, да ни изложи вашата перспектива, насоки и се надевам охрабрување за уште поинтензивна работа во иднина и уште еднаш ви се заблагодарувам навистина за присуството. Премиере, ве молам, обратете се.
Почитувани присутни, дами и господа, денес зборуваме за една важна тема, која со годините многу малку била предмет на една темелна студиозна анализа, ниту пак била предмет на еден професионален пристап, а тоа е администрацијата и мерките кои треба да се превземат за поголем квалитет на услугите кои што ги добиваме од администрацијата. Но иновациите како важен предизвик на тој план. Ова е тема која не само што го одредува квалитетот на услугите што ги добиваме како граѓани, туку и го обликува лицето на нашата држава. Нашата визија е јасна. Сакаме јавна администрација која ќе биде пример за ефикасност, транспарентност и отчетност. Јавна администрација која нема да биде само сервис за граѓаните, туку и партнер во градењето на идните мерки и чекори. Во изминатиот период сите сме сведоци на предизвиците со кои се соочува администрацијата. Бавни процеси, недостаток на дигитализација, понекогаш и недоволна транспарентност и отчетност. Но и партизација, која е отворен проблем, исто како и недоволната компетентност визави приватниот сектор. Овие проблеми не можеме да ги игнорираме. Тие се реални, а за нив треба да се најдат решенија. Нашите цели за реформа фаќаат под еден дигитализација на услугите, обезбедување што е можно повеќе услуги да бидат достапни онлайн на еден клик од граѓаните. Со тоа ќе го намалиме времето за чекање и ќе го задоволиме она кое што го очекуваат корисниците од нас. По два, ефикасност и професионалност. Ке се залагаме за деполитизирана администрација, каде клучни ќе бидат стручноста и посветеноста. 3. Транспарентност и отчетност, зајакнување на механизмите за надзор и отчетност. Секој граѓанин има право да знае како и каде се трошат јавните пари. 4. Намалување на бирократијата. Администрацијата треба да биде партнер, а не пречка за граѓаните и бизнисите. Работиме за поедноставување на процедурите и намалување на непотребните документи. 5. Вреднување на трудот. Потребен е систем за наградување на оние што работат вредно и честно, за да ги мотивираме сите вработени во администрацијата да се стремат кон извореност. Зошто се важни овие реформи? Јавната администрација е срцето на секоја држава. Кога таа функционира добро, функционира целото општество. Овие реформи не се само за подобрување на услугите. Тие се за враќање на довербата. Довербата дека државата работи за вас, за секој граѓанин, без разлика на неговата политичка припадност или неприпадност или статус. Овие промени нема да бидат лесни, но со здружени сили сигурен сум дека ќе успееме. Заедно со експертите, меѓународните партнери и невладиниот сектор ќе обезбедиме целосна имплементација на реформите. Најважно од се, реформите ќе ги правиме со граѓаните. Ќе слушаме што треба и ќе одговориме на барањата. Иднината треба да биде обликувана од иновации, технологија и креативни решенија. Јавните услуги се основниот мост помеѓу државата и граѓаните. И од нив зависи колку брзо, ефикасно и транспарентно ќе се решаваат вашите потреби. Нашата визија е да создадеме јавни услуги што се не само достапни, туку и едноставни, паметни и ориентирани кон корисниците. Зошто се потребни иновации? Денес, во време на глобални предизвици, дигиталната трансформација и зголемени очекувања, не можеме да се потпираме на старите методи. Граѓаните очекуваат услуги кои се брзи, точни и лесни за користење. Затоа иновациите не се луксус, тие се неопходност. Време е за промени, време е за нова, современа и ефективна јавна администрација која ќе биде гордост. Време е да покажеме дека можеме подобро и повеќе. Почитувани присутни, иновациите не се само нови алатки и технологии, тие се нов начин на размислување. Тие се мост меѓу денес и утре, меѓу обичните потреби и исклучителните решенија. Да работиме заедно со визија и решителност, за да изградиме јавни услуги што ќе бидат пример за квалитет, ефикасност и иновативност. Со овие чекори ќе направиме државата посилна, поуспешна и подготвена за предизвиците на иднината. Ви благодарам.
Ви благодарам премиера за драгоцените пораки, за изложување на визијата, но и за потврда за значењето на оваа тема на највисоко политичко ниво. А сега би го поканила министрот Минчев, нашиот денешен домаќин, но и председавач со управниот одбор на РЕСПА да ни се обрати. Повелете, министре.
Почитуван председател на Владата на Република Македонија господин Христијан Мицковски, почитувана директорка на РЕСПА господја Маја Ханџиска Трендафилова, почитувани гости, колеги министри од регионот, почитувани представници на Европската комисија, почитувани представници на СИГМА, почитувани гости, дами и господа. Со посебна чест и задоволство ве поздравувам и ви посакувам топло добре дојде на годишната министерска конференција на РЕСПА, посветена на темата идна генерација на управување и иновации во јавната администрација. Денеска сме обединети во една важна мисија – модернизација на јавниот сектор како катализатор за доброто управување, одржливиот развој и европската иднина на нашиот регион. Како домаќин и председавач, привилегија ми е да ги угостам министрите од регионот. Вашето присуство ја демонстрира нашата заедничка заложба за постигнување на извонредност и иновации во јавниот сектор. Оваа конференција, дополнета со присуството на председателот на Владата на Република Македонија господинот Христијан Мицковски, е јасен показател дека реформата на јавната администрација е приоритет за нас како Влада и дозволете ми да му изразам посебна благодарност за големата поддршка и неизмерната посветеност. Оваа поддршка која доаѓа од премиерот е од суштинско значење за поттикнување на значајни реформи со кои се стремиме да ја направиме јавната администрација поефикасна, поотпорна, поквалитетна и насочена директно кон граѓаните на Република Македонија. РЕСПА, како двигател на регионалната соработка и нејзината улога во поврзувањето со земјите членки и институциите на Европската Унија, обезбеди многу можности за усвојување нови трендови и практики на управување. Заедно, чекор по чекор, сакаме да ја трансформираме јавната администрација во камен темелник на одговорно управување и столб на државата. Изминативе месеци беа неверојатно продуктивни, а РЕСПА беше предводник на бројни активности на високо ниво. Од револуционерните дискусии за иновативното управување со човечките ресурси во Словенија, до отворените диалози за управување во Албанија, бевме сведоци на моќта на соработката да инспирира структурни реформи во јавната администрација. Денеска, во рамки на оваа конференција, ќе имаме можност да дискутираме за овие успеси и да продолжиме храбро напред. Нашиот регион веќе е дом на неколку значајни реформи кои служат како модели на иновации и извонредност. За време на министерскиот панел ќе навлеземе подлабоко во овие иницијативи, истражувајќи го нивниот потенцијал да катализираат слични трансформации низ Западен Балкан. Почитувани, дозволете ми накратко да истакнам некои од клучните соработки помеѓу Министерството за јавна администрација на Република Македонија и РЕСПА. Тие вклучуваат развојна рамка за управување со квалитет за јавниот сектор, нашата нова стратегија за реформа на јавната администрација, која се надоврзува на сеопфатна евалуација на нејзиниот претходник, IT алатка за следење на спроведувањето на стратегијата, тековни напори за воспоставување на сеопфатна база на податоци за закони, акти, усогласени со стандардите на Европската Унија, унапредување на нашите национални системи за управување со архиви и евиденција. Овие проекти ги надополнуваат регионалните програми на РЕСПА, од кои полза имаат илјадници административни и државни службеници. Оваа година се издвојуваат две главни иницијативи за градење на капацитети. Програмата за регионална мобилност на Западен Балкан комбинираше обука за административни службеници со институционални посети на институциите на Европската Унија и практична работа во меѓувладините регионални организации, како и регионални можности за зајакнување на работните места. Во меѓувреме, Италијанското Министерство за надворешни работи поддржа обука за координација на политиките, дигитализација и интеграција во Европската Унија, потикнувајќи непроценливи мрежи меѓу нашите државни службеници и нивните колеги во Италија. Овде, во Република Македонија, ние како Министерство за јавна администрација целосно сме посветени на комплетирање на цврста законска рамка за јавните службеници, унапредување на нивното континуирано градење капацитети и забрзување на дигитализацијата во сите сектори на управување. Овие реформи тесно се усогласуваат со заложбите на РЕСПА да ги интегрира администрациите на Западен Балкан во платформите и инструментите на Европската Унија, како што се ДИСПА, ЕУПАН, иницијативата Комтак и инструментот TSI. Задоволство ми е да ги најавам престојните меморандуми за соработка кои почнуваат со Република Србија, Словенија и Црна Гора, кои дополнително ќе ги подобрат нашите стратешки партнерства. Овие соработки ги користат најдобрите практики и искуства на земјите како Франција, Италија, Словенија и Хрватска, збогатувајќи ги нашите реформски напори. Исто така би сакал да ја поздравам ново усвоената стратегија на РЕСПА, која се однесува на периодот 2025-2030 година. Овој документ, кој гледа напред, го нагласува професионалниот, одговорен, транспарентен, фокусиран на граѓаните на иновативниот јавен сектор. Регионалната собственост на РЕСПА и незините активности ќе обезбеди уште поголема динамика во годините што следат. Денес, исто така ги доделуваме и наградите за јавна администрација на Западен Балкан, со кои се валоризираат иновативните решенија кои ги подигна јавните услуги во нашиот регион. Уверен сум дека оваа иницијатива ќе продолжи да расте, служејќи како пример за идни реформи. Почитувани, на крајот би сакал да истакнам важноста на планот за раст на Западен Балкан и неговиот акцент на реформата во јавната администрација. Јавната администрација е двигател на развојот на нашата држава и процесот на интеграција во Европската Унија. Во Република Македонија реформската агенда е доказ за нашата посветеност да даваме мерливи резултати во усагласување со принципите на Европската Унија. Нашите заложби за професионализација, дигитализација и зголемување на ефикасноста на јавната администрација не се само зборови на хартија, тие се конкретни чекори што ќе ги преземеме во интерес на нашите граѓани и нашата иднина во Европската Унија. Нашата државна политика е силно насочена кон интеграција во Европската Унија, но со цврсто зачувување на националниот интегритет и идентитет, нашите национални интереси и правото на македонскиот народ на достоинствено европско интегрирање. Почитувани присутни, уверен сум дека заедно ќе продолжиме да иновираме, реформираме и да ги јакнеме нашите јавни институции како темел на нашите демократски општества и клуч за одржлив развој на нашите држави. Ви благодарам за вашата посветеност, вашата соработка и вашата визија. Ви посакувам успешна конференција и плодна дискусија. Ви благодарам на вниманието.
Благодарам министре за одличната соработка во изминатиот период, но и за значајните пораки кои ги упативте. And now I will really pass the moderation button to my colleague, Genti, the program coordinator in RESPA, and use this opportunity to really wholeheartedly thank the entire RESPA team for all the efforts invested in the organization of these high-level events. Genti, please.
Thank you, Maya, and thanks to all the guests. I mean, needless to repeat the distinguished guests we have today in this unique occasion. Well, before we dive into our discussions and the various panels that we have, let's say, planned for this morning, I'd like you to take a moment to reflect on the incredible work achieved during 2024, so in the last year, by the Regional School of Public Administration, but also its partners across the region and broader. RESPA has tried, at least, to foster collaboration, knowledge exchange, capacity building across the Western Balkans, as well as enhancing cooperation, networking and exchange with EU members and EU peers. So let's have a look at that.
One year of learning and exchanging together, advancing governance excellence with commitment and vision.
With 60 implemented activities, the RESPA team strengthened the skills of 1,200 public servants, who exchanged ideas and learned from top experts and lecturers from the European Union and the Western Balkans. Thanks to awarded scholarships, 30 civil servants attended prestigious programs across Europe. RESPA Knowledge Management Platform offers access to extensive learning resources, fostering cross-border collaboration anytime, anywhere. Policy briefs provide deep insights into inclusive policy making, integrated planning, and emerging technologies.
Through a capacity building and mobility program funded by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, implemented by RESPA and SNA, 50 civil servants gained hands-on experience in Italy. Another 25 civil servants engaged in a unique regional mobility program with a job shadowing component led by RESPA and executive learning with the College of Europe. They worked and collaborated with key international organizations, including RESPA. At the same time, RESPA strengthened connections among regional public administrators, allowing 14 teams from the region to exchange.
Through study visits and immersive multi-modular training programs across EU member states, RESPA has opened doors to learning and collaboration. This initiative, co-hosted with Sigma, honors standout achievements and sets a new benchmark for excellence in public service. RESPA and UNDP Serbia ignited a wave of innovation with the launch of the Regional Open Data Challenge, inspiring public institutions to push the boundaries of open data usage. Through 15 on-demand projects and eGov pilot initiatives, RESPA directly addressed the unique challenges of its members, delivering impactful solutions.
Through 4 high-level policy dialogue events, RESPA brought together ministers, key leaders, and EU officials to tackle the most urgent governance challenges facing the Western Balkans.
RESPA elevated governance and public services standards across the Western Balkans, awarding 5 institutions the prestigious CAF Excellence labels. Additionally, RESPA guided 3 other institutions through the CAF implementation process, driving improvements in efficiency and service delivery.
RESPA's strategic partnerships with leading institutions ensure that public servants are continually equipped with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive in the evolving European administrative space.
With strategic orientation 2025-2030, RESPA remains committed to nurturing learning, networking, and collaboration in building resilient public institutions, advancing the Western Balkans towards full inclusion in the European administrative space.
Thank you. Now we will quickly transition to another important part of our event, the opening remarks. We will start with Maja Handziska Trandafilova, now with the head of the RESPA director, who will address briefly the plenary of this conference and set the scene for RESPA's role in terms of innovation, but also strengthening capacities across the region.
Thanks, Genti. So following the high-level remarks, it is really now my pleasure to welcome you all at today's conference that seeks to unpack innovation for the next generation public sector. On the side of RESPA, we are really honored to be the regional platform that steers this high-level policy dialogue, encouraged by the strong ownership of the RESPA members, as well as the Ministers for Public Administration. But most of all, encouraged by the really hard work of the proud and dedicated civil servants that tirelessly work towards advancements and are guided by their strong public service ethos. This is also enabled by the unwavering EU support for RESPA since its onset, as well as the strategic partnership that we are having with OECD Sigma, with whom we have joined forces in the Western Balkans Public Administration Award, but also on many other agendas that seeks to underpin the principles and values of good public administration. So it is this joint award in particular that makes today's conference a bit more special, a bit more illustrative, a bit more tangible, as today it will also be about recognition, celebration, testimony of some of the exemplary public service delivery in our region, solutions that have brought forward concrete advancements. And as we in RESPA strongly believe that success breeds success, we are providing this regional peer exchange platform to share the solutions, and we will also continue supporting the solutions via follow-up capacity building journey. So it is our hope that today we jointly try to a bit, as I said in the start, demystify the concept of innovation. We try to a bit maybe de-dramatize the concept of innovation. The concept of innovation in public sector does not have to be a loaded term. It does not have to be a very intimidating term. It does not also have to be just a buzzword. Because indeed, new technologies are great impetus to push forward innovations. But we also today wanted to make the case that not only innovations can also take place with any novel design or implementation of a solution that tackles a challenge better than the current one. So it entails an iterative process, user-centric process, often a trial and error process, but it can be nurtured, it can be developed, and it can be practiced. So ultimately for us in RESPA, the innovation boils down to the human capital and to the people in the public administration and to the organizational culture. Then on one hand has to allow for this psychological safety. Then it has to nurture continuous learning. It has to nurture collaborations, including with academia, with private sector. It has to also encourage strong feedback culture. It has to allow for experimentation, even errors, but the opportunity also to learn from the mistakes. So that is why today's focus is particularly on innovation. However, the fact that we are focusing on innovation, of course, does not mean that we are not aware of the many, many areas in our region in relation to the public administration reform that necessitate marked improvements, especially when it comes to the functioning of the civil service and the management of human resources, because they impact both the design and the implementation of our reforms. And actually, professional, capacitated civil servants remain critical for us to also meaningfully implement the reform agendas under the growth plan, as the minister highlighted. They also are critical for us assuming the obligations of the EU integration process. So with our region adopting reform agendas, many of whom entail measures for public administration reform, we really as a region need to double down on the efforts to address some of the limitations, especially when it comes to the management of the human resources in our region. The Prime Minister already outlined many of the challenges that our public sector faces, and no one better than you in the room knows them. Are we talking about increased complexity of policy making and decision making? Are we talking about increased speed of policy making? Are we talking about growing polarization? Are we talking about the demographic challenges that our public sector faces? The advent of emerging technologies, AI, that also necessitates bigger digital skills in our region, you name it. And all this takes place in a very difficult socioeconomic context, as well as very fluid geopolitical context. Yet, and here I'm concluding, we wanted to use today's a bit uplifting conference to really shift narratives, to focus some on the emerging sort of cutting-edge topics, to be keeping abreast with the new developments and to boost and empower the innovation community. So let's join forces today as we, of course, present, promote, award some of the solutions in the region that have been exemplary and have been innovative. Let's breed further success in such a way, and let's advocate for enabling environment that promotes innovation. So looking forward to both thought-provoking discussions as well as action-oriented. So once again, thank you very much. And of course, cognizant of the very busy agenda of the Prime Minister, who also has some prior engagement, we will once again really wholeheartedly thank him for the attention and for the really key messages and outlining the vision. And of course, look forward and I wish you great success with all the upcoming also activities that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Prime Minister for his insightful remarks in the very beginning of this conference. Next, we have the honor of hearing from Gregor Virant. He's the head of Sigma, well known among our community. Gregor brings a wealth of experience in public governance and reforms, and under his leadership, we believe that Sigma continues to be a driving force in strengthening public administrations across the Western Balkans and not only. Gregor, please.
Thank you for the kind words, Genti. Dear ministers, dear Maya, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be here with you today, and I would like to say thank you to RESPA for the excellent partnership we have been maintaining, and especially for the great cooperation on the Western Balkans Public Administration Awards, which we are organizing together for the third time this year. It has become traditional, like Oscars or Grammy Awards. Even the stage here is quite posh. Just that, of course, our awards are more exciting, are more interesting. And indeed, this year, once again, it was an exciting journey. We received plenty of interesting applications, good practices, and I have to admit, I really enjoyed the reading together with my colleagues, and I will enjoy even more listening to the winners today as we go on with this event. And I would like to congratulate in advance all the winners of the award, all the winners of the special recognition. Now, this year's high-level dialogue is about innovation in public administration, and if you tell this to an average person on the street, they will probably say, what are you talking about? How can public administration innovate? Isn't this something that comes from the businesses, from the private sector? Isn't this about the Elon Musks of this world and so on? But of course, public administration can innovate. And Maya put it very well. If we take innovation in a broader sense, in the sense of doing things in a new, better way, then of course there is enormous space for public administration to innovate. In terms of improving the processes, in terms of improving the services for the citizens and for the businesses, saving time and money to taxpayers, making things easier, and thus contributing to the competitiveness, to economic growth, and to the prosperity of all citizens, which is the ultimate outcome of good public governance. And with this in mind, Sigma incorporated innovation in the new updated version of the Principles of Public Administration, which we, as you know, launched in November 23. If you scroll down the principles, you will find innovation under principle number 1, sub-principle number 5, when we say that governments should promote, or public administration should promote and share innovative practices across the board. It is of utmost importance that governments and the top management in public administration create an environment, an atmosphere where innovation is encouraged, where innovation is recognized, where innovation is rewarded, where innovation is shared and disseminated to eventually become a standard for everyone. And you will also hear from our colleagues from OECD colleagues, from our OECD colleague Bruno to be more specific, about how the OECD collects innovation, innovative practices from all across the world, not only from the member states, but also more broadly, in a platform called OPSI, Observatory of Public Sector Innovation. And later on, during the panel, I will, if time allows, I will share with you some findings on innovation, related to innovation from this year's Sigma assessments. Well, you know that Sigma conducted a thorough assessment of public administrations of the Western Balkans this year. And I would like to say a big thank you personally to the ministers present here and to your teams in the ministries of public administration, other ministries, other public administration bodies for the excellent cooperation, because without you, without the data that you have submitted, without your comments to the assessment sheets and to the draft reports, the reports would not have reached such a high level quality. I think they are of high quality. We can be very proud of them. They will be out soon. They are undergoing the final stage of internal procedures within the OECD, and we will publish them by the end of this year, or at latest in the first or second week of the new year, but more likely by the end of this year. It's not the moment yet to share the findings of the assessment reports. I can only share let's say, the most general takeaways. I would say that public administration performance in the region has been progressing still, steadily, slowly, but steadily, as we usually say. Unevenly also, comparing the countries. Some countries are doing better, some countries are doing less good, to put it this way, but also unevenly between the areas. The service delivery and digital is the undisputed championing area, while, for example, civil service and HRM is lagging behind a little bit. There is also one finding that we can now even share with you on the screen, which is about the gap between the legislation and what is on paper, legislation, strategies on the one hand, and practice and results and outcomes on the other hand. In our methodology, we clearly distinguish different types of criteria, and we can then articulate the results in this way. you can see here that when it comes to laws and strategies and policies, you know, the papers, performance is actually very solid. It's at 73%. Whereas when it comes to practice, practical implementation, and, well, outcomes, real results, it is at 45%. There is a gap. That, to a large extent, stems also from the gap between the willingness to adopt formal rules, but do it sometimes as a kind of box-ticking exercise, without really, you know, buying into the values that are behind those rules, without really internalizing, accepting those values. It's about the culture, of course. There's a gap between the formal rules and the culture is also changing, but it's changing at a slower pace. It's always like that. It will come. It will continue to change. So I would conclude with an invitation to open your calendars and save the date tentatively on the 20th of February next year. It is a tentative date because it depends ultimately on the European Commission, perhaps on the new commissioner. So let's say 20th of February or around the 20th of February, we will organize the launch of the 2024 Sigma reports. It will be organized in Brussels. And you are, of course, the ministers, Maya, all cordially invited to join that event and to discuss with us the results of our reports and some exciting topics on public administration. Thank you very much. I wish you a very successful event and looking forward to listening to the winners and to others today.
Thanks, Gregor. Indeed, we are slowly getting to the end of the opening remarks. And I would like to thank Stefan Houdelin for being with us today. He's the head of cooperation at the EU delegation here in Skopje. European Union, more specifically DG NEAR, European Commission, and the delegations across our capitals have been instrumental in supporting EU integration process, regional development, and public administration reform, which falls under the big umbrella of good governance. Mr. Houdelin, thanks a lot for being with us. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much for this amazing intro. Dear Minister and Ministers from the regions and representatives from your national administrations, dear directors of RESPA and of Sigma, dear colleagues, it's truly a great pleasure to be here today and to see so many familiar faces and so much expertise and skills in this very important topic. And today's event, we feel a bit as a co-host here as the EU delegation here to North Macedonia and Skopje. It's a great pleasure to have you here in Skopje for this event, which is a good opportunity to explore the possibilities. And you will do this in the aftermath, and a lot has been already said by the intro speakers about how to improve performance, how to improve the services offered by the public administration. And it's also a good opportunity to convey the messages to the new government, but it's not only of so much Macedonian specific. It is very, very true for the administrations in the regions, but as well also for the member states. Let's not forget this. The public administration is something that is evolving, is very dynamic in every country, and I will tell later two examples of member states, one of which I can say it because it's one from my home country, from Germany, which did less well, and another member state who did reasonably better in the last years. But in the context of the European Union's integration process here for the Western Balkans, public administration is one of the fundamentals. So it's not something that is, it's a chapter, it's open and closed. It's so horizontal that this will always be discussed. So whatever happens in the negotiation process, the principles of public administration and how to govern in an efficient, good way will always be prevailing and will always be on the top of our agenda. We have recently had a snapshot for all the Western Balkan countries in our enlargement report, in the European Commission's country reports. And we have seen that the countries are facing challenges. And above all, what also Gregor mentioned, that the alignment with the EU acquis is not so bad. You know, it's reasonably good. The adoption of legislation is solid, but then when we get to the implementation of the legal framework, implementation of the recommendations, the accountability, this is where we see some lack. And to restore that trust of citizens that we have been seeing has been lacking, the public administration should ensure that, above all, the institutions and civil servants work independently, efficiently, and professionally, and provide high-quality services to the citizens. That merit and transparency apply for the entire public administration, including senior management, and that competence and experience prevail over party political affiliations. Ethics and moral integrity are essential elements of all civil servants. When it gets to the human resources, the public administration needs to attract and retain educated, competent, and experienced staff. Easier said than done, we all know this. But we need to look after measures to attract especially a certain category of staff, IT, engineers, other expertise that are very much sought by the private market. And it's illusionary to think that it's only the salary. It's not only the salary, nowhere. And no public administration can compete with private market salaries when it gets to IT or when it gets to other expertise. But it can offer other things. It can offer other benefits and privileges for people to be employed in the public administration, in whatever sector. And this is what needs to be there, and I think this tackles very much upon the topic of today, to be innovative. What can I offer as a state for people to be with me for a couple of years at least, and to have that framework and to have that planning process, so to have this retention policy in place. The same is true for accountability. What does it mean? That I'm responsible for what I'm doing, that my actions can have consequences either way, and that those who are monitoring my performance in the public administration will produce a report, and then this needs to be discussed. These are state audit institutions, these are other directorates and agencies who are tasked and mandated with this, who will need to follow up on how the public administration is doing, and these things need to be discussed. The same is true for us in the European Union. The Court of Auditors is tasked to oversee my activities, my performance of the European Commission, and then it delivers reports to the Parliament, to the citizens' representatives, and there we will be held accountable of what we are doing. The same needs to happen in a very serious way also in the country. And the institutions must find ways to improve their lines of accountability exactly in this way, and efficiency to eliminate overlapping competences, different layers of administration, and to become more efficient. Because a good functioning public administration is necessary not only for the EU accession process, but above all for the citizens of this country. The European Union has supported these reform processes forever. And honestly, we are not where we would like to be. We have supported new legislation on public sector employees, administrative servants, top management, state restructuring, administrative procedures, delegation of authority, and so on and so on and so on. But for various reasons, be it elections, COVID crisis, energy crisis, changes in government, different priorities, these reform processes, although declaratively supported, were somehow delayed or postponed and cannot be felt in practice. And this is proven by citizens, by all the demographic changes that we are seeing in the region, who are leaving the country, who, as one of the main reasons, say corruption and inefficient public administration. So we need to look after this as soon as possible. And therefore, the large support here, at least in North Macedonia, that this government enjoys now in the public, at the start of this mandate, gives an opportunity to start implementing these reforms. Some of them are also linked to the reform agenda and the growth plan that is for the 5 countries, at least in the Western Balkans, who have adopted it, and it will entail a big part. And how important this is, and then picking up on what I said at the beginning, 2 of the member states. So Germany has seen some, when you look at the economic figures statistically, it has seen some downtrends in the last years, if it comes to foreign investments, when it gets to surveys. So the public administration, not only, but one of the issues and challenges that has been outlined from businesses, investors, citizens is that it's over-bureaucratic, that it's not transparent, that the e-services offered are lagging behind of nowadays. So this is something that is then felt, and this is economic consequences. This is consequences for citizens, economic consequences, and for businesses. And on the other hand, in the last years, we have seen a significant transformation and efforts of the public administration in Greece. Which may come as a surprise for a country that a couple of years ago has faced serious challenges, and which is now in a situation that when preparing the budget for 25, they were surprised how much income actually they have. And public administration was one of the elemental sources of preventing tax evasion, tax collection, increasing income, digitalizing services, making it more public, making it more transparent. And these are very, very concrete results. So the results are absolutely a no-brainer. If we want to go forward with our economies, with service delivery, this is what we need to tackle. And that's why it's in the fundamentals. So big thanks for having me today. It's really a great pleasure, and wish you all a fruitful discussion, and we will certainly look forward to the coming months, beginning of next year, February, to see the reports and take it from there. Many, many thanks, and good luck to all of you. All the best.
Thank you indeed to the three opening remarks, which in my take were almost the keynote interventions, very insightful. Very well, now we move to what we label as formally as our keynote intervention, keynote address, which in our take promises to be a forward-looking perspective of innovation in public service. To that end, we made a call to Estonia, where Ülar Jakso answered, a renowned innovator and visionary leader from Digital Nation Estonia. But why Estonia? The country, Estonia, is widely recognized as a global pioneer in digital transformation, and Mr. Jakso has been there at the forefront of the efforts of the country of shaping impactful solutions that redefine how public services should be delivered. I'm indeed looking forward to his intervention, and I will invite Ülar in the stage.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, because the key word is dialogue, not the monologue. I will appreciate if during my presentation I will also hear your feedback and maybe even some applauses if you like some ideas. If you don't like, you say boo, yeah? Because that makes the dialogue really lively. I'm from Estonia and invited to share some ideas about shaping the future. The future is unknown. I should leave the stage now. Let's try to see. For us, at least in Digital Nation, I think in Estonia also shared, innovation first of all is the courage. Because change something from the current habits is the courage. You have to take the fight sometimes even. And this kind of energy you need there. And only then you can transform dreams into reality. I think two key words there as well, dream and reality. There is a gap between them, but you are not allowed to not to dream. You are sisterhood and brotherhood of innovators. No easy days in the forthcoming 5-10 years. And this next key word is together, because nobody's innovator alone. You can change your daily habit of breakfast, but that doesn't change your neighborhood, your community, your country, your ministry. And inspire, it must be inspirational as well. As it was said, it's not very easy to hire talent to the public sector. Salary concerns others. But the impact you can make there would inspire you for the rest of your life. There's a microphone. Thank you. I think one of the most important things is not to stop questioning. Some days you are maybe a bit overwhelmed with other problems, but every day at office you just start to focus on questioning the things. Basically every day, how we did it yesterday, how we can do it next day. There is always a better way to do it. Therefore, you have to just find it. And that's something about the dialogue as well. You have to actually care about the problems, not about the products, not about the citizens, but care about the problems, because problems solved, you solve the daily life of citizens as well. And the last quote probably is from Mr. Barack Obama. if you don't innovate, you're probably not the leader, you're just administrator, because administrators are known to do the things properly. Innovators are known to change them. I think that's also a thing. Are you public administration or public leadership? Think as a leadership. Administration can stay on the official names. Digital Nation, who we are, just quickly a few slides. We try to merge the Estonian well-known expertise with the world practices into the new ambitions. And we work globally in already in like 16 countries. We are pretty young, less than 5 years old, but all our team members are the experts who have spent 5+ years in the public administration, in the CTO roles, CIO roles, and other roles there as well. And one thing we try to avoid is to not copy the past, co-create the future with the neighbors or with the best mistakes made in the world. Estonia was told 25 years ago, it's very easy, do like they do it in Sweden, do like they do it in Finland, do like they do it in Germany. Then we have decided, but if you always do as they do, then we probably will be always behind, because first we have to wait what they do. Therefore, leapfrogging and jumping over is your opportunity without legacy systems. Usually public sector accepts new technologies and ideas like 3 to 5 years behind the private sector. And if you follow some other public sector, we will be 10 years behind of the opportunities. Try not to follow, co-create the future. That's the boring part. What about innovation recipe? What are the key factors there? It's small letters here. The presentation could be shared later as well. But I think it's, as I mentioned already, it's a leadership, culture, capacity, user centricity, and the agile. And agile is something what needs at least 2 frameworks to be changed. And I'm going to there as well. And you cannot manage the innovation. The only thing you can do is orchestrate it. It's like a chaos in the kindergarten, a lot of talents there. You cannot administrate them with the strict rules. You can orchestrate. You can remove the worst mistakes. You can reward the best practices, but you cannot manage all the details from top down. There is some kind of minimum level of chaos needed to be accepted in the public administration as well. Independence. Innovation needs also some independent attitude. But the 5 key categories there to orchestrate are strategic planning. We understood 75% done already in that job. Change management. Coming to the office, you don't start change yourself. If everybody changes himself every day, the change management will happen as well. Don't try to change only others. Performance has to be measured, not just the PowerPoints, but also metrics. Risk management, you have to be aware. 25 years ago, we didn't know the risks. Probably that was the reason we made so many brave decisions. We found out the risks later. And knowledge management. And knowledge nowadays is available. ChatGPT gives you more knowledge than the next door of your office. What is innovation framework? I think those 2 documents are quite good. I think will be mentioned here a couple of times, maybe today again. But I think the innovation is a core function without the government institutions nowadays. Without that, all the pressure that comes from the taxes and budget deficits, if the innovation is not core function, there will be no solution for that in the long term. Governance of the innovation. I think it's the model defines here the foundation and the ambition. Ambition is the leadership and vision. Foundation is rewards. We are today here rewarding quite good examples, but there are multiple disciplines you need to actually build also into the governance of innovation. One word is not enough, that's just too high level. Technology, enablement, legal support, agile legal support, citizen engagement, not citizen centricity, but actually engaging them, data strategy, nowadays becoming even more and more important, cultural change. It doesn't mean to the cultural change to the less valuable, just the new. And funding, sustainable funding. Innovation needs also money for mistakes. And monitoring and measuring. Let me go a bit further here. And innovation goals. One is the governance model, and the second one is then the goals that they can put as ambition there. I think the first goal is just to engage citizens, as I mentioned. Then you have to make the global regional collaboration just to learn, because innovation is about learning, building skills, regulatory frameworks, digitalize public services. I'll come to that back a bit later. Then foster public-private partnership. Estonia has been mostly built by the private companies, by the public procurement, and promote open data initiatives. And in the end, again, funding. I will focus a bit on the legal ecosystem. I think this is one of the key components for the innovation in public sector. You are not allowed to do with what is not allowed by the law. I have came up with the 4 stages of the legal environment for the different countries, now been working in 10 countries with the governments, helping them to build the frameworks. I would say that the initial meaning of the law was prohibiting. Basically, it's prohibit everything in the law what is bad, what is not allowed. And that we call, no, that's not allowed kind of law system. Then we saw, like 20 years ago, a more legal system moving towards the protecting mostly the consumer interests, business interests, government interests, public interests. And the meaning of the law was, hey, you are protected, don't worry, law protects you. But that's not enough. The fence around the kindergarten is not enough. There must be some fun inside that as well. Enabling. We saw now a few countries who are going with the legal systems, enabling legal boot camps, legal sandboxes are built into the government, by the governments into the countries, basically saying, yes, now you can. You basically allow innovation with some sub-regions, sub-parts of the country to test some new things, whether it's self-driving cars or selling the basic pharmacy over the online. You try some new things on the legal. But I think every government should actually drive towards the inspiring legal system, when actually the knowledge in the public administration is there. Question is, can you build the legal system to be 3 years ahead of the actual business and citizen needs? I think it's possible in few terms at least, because if you look at the typical innovational curve, innovators, early adopters, peak growth, and then the stable consumer, 80% of the society joins 1, 2, 3 years after the trend is there. And I think if to be in the beginning together with innovators and enablers, you can immediately start to build changes to a legal system. That's not one-time task, it's a daily task nowadays. And procurement models. There are some examples here. I think the procurement is one of the breaks or the blocks of the innovation as well. Just 3 weeks ago in Estonia, again, I saw one tender when one ministry is buying something for 3 million euros, giving development time of 3 years and the delivery at the end. Can somebody say about the online service developed in 3 years, what will be available in 3 years as a technology, or just AI mentioned there? It's too long. You have to start with the 6 months delivery of the core function and then go by learning, adapting, changing that and connecting that to other systems. Doesn't work anymore to build the tanks for 3-10 years. You have to be more agile there. And there are different models how to do that, but public-private partnership is definitely, and especially for the medium-sized and smaller countries, to make sure that your companies are also inspired by the government smart purchases to build their products in the level that they can actually export them and also raise their bar on that. There are different kind of differences between the public and private sector innovation, and a few of them I have listed here as well, like the objectives, somebody by the profit, somebody by the success of the social needs. Drivers, somebody is driven by the reducing costs, somebody by changing the budgetary problems or social challenges. But I think in the end it's all the same. I think we should stop talking about the different processes in private and public sector. Let's just share the best practices between them two and use them in both sides. I only have 15 minutes, however, we would have liked to have 1 hour with you. I try to be more emotional in the end. Common sense. Not every change is innovation. Don't fool yourself and don't allow to be fooled. What I mean by that? Even not every digitalization is innovation. You can digitalize a lot of bureaucracy. We have seen that. I've been consulting 3 governments in Africa, 10,000 services now online. 2 conferences, a lot of awards, a lot of speeches, a lot of funding from the donors, but in the end, they have just digitalized existing bureaucracy processes. First online form in the online, all the back office again on the paper, no service improvement on the delivery time, no service improvement on the data analytics, nothing, just online version of the paper. Re-engineering during the innovation and digitalizing is the key opportunity. You can only use it once. Once something is digitalized, you will not get next 5 years money to re-digitalize it. You have to use the momentum of re-engineering in the first moment. I think those 2 key words are for me being the slogan and the secret recipe of Estonia. I was a student 30 years ago in Germany, and after that I worked with Sweden and a few other countries, and sometimes there are too experienced people in the room. If somebody comes up with the idea, there will be 10 people from 10 saying, why not? Why not? It could be done. But I think it's your task at every meeting, every working group, every conference, there will be at least one person in the room who says the same 2 words, but says, why not? You feel the difference. Why not? And why not? With that attitude, you can change actually almost 50% of your outcome of your meetings. I think that's something, if there is one thing you take away from this keynote, what was supposed to be start for a dialogue and inspiration, ask often why, and even more often, why not? And let somebody prove with the data, statistics, and all the other problems. And if the problem is a legal system, we change it. Innovation is the key solution to build future-ready digital societies. Agreed? Everybody agrees? Okay, dialogue is still, we're working on the dialogue still. Okay. Thank you. That's for your moment side.
Thank you, again, for your insightful presentation and for bringing in your personal experience, but also of the country where you're coming from. Very well. This leads us now to the ministerial panel discussion, which is the main highlight, we would say, of this high-level policy dialogue for this year. This session will bring together distinguished ministers and high-level government representatives from across the Western Balkans who are at the forefront of driving reform in public administration, but also, among others, innovation. We will, in the meantime, arrange the sitting spots for the panelists, but I would invite on the stage Minister Adea Pirdeni, Minister Goran Minchev, Minister Jelena Žarić-Kovačević, Assistant Minister Nejat Salman, State Secretary Naim Djokaj, Deputy Minister Baradil Dobra, and Head of Sigma Gregor Virand. And it will be, I will leave the stage to Maya, who will be moderating and coordinating the discussions of the distinguished guests. I think it will just need around 60 seconds to set up the seating arrangements, and then the distinguished panelists will be invited on the stage.
Okay, so then ready, thanks for your patience while we had to change a bit the setup. I'm really warmly now welcoming you to the start of the ministerial panel, particularly happy to host it, to moderate it, a panel that will provide a bit of a highlight on the transformative potential of innovation in the public sector, and especially on the leadership role in the public sector. We were thinking that to spice up our discussions a bit, we start against the backdrop of a AI-generated photo of how is the innovative public sector in the future imagined to be. So if we can maybe just see this in the background. And then I will also kindly ask the audience for a bit taking a picture of the Slido. We want this panel also to be a bit interactive. We wanted to get your insight with regards to what do you see as key enablers that drive innovation in public sector, and you will see there some of the options, and you can of course choose up to 3, and then at the end we'll just show it in the background, sort just to gather the insights of the collective intelligence that we have within this room of our engaged audience. So without really further ado, in terms of scenario, I will ask each of our esteemed minister, high-level representatives for their perspective on the highlights in their national administration when it comes to driving innovation in the public sector, what have been maybe some of the highlights, some of the challenges that they can share. For us, as I said at the start, sharing is caring. So this is a great opportunity to learn what is happening among the peers in the region and to see what is relevant for our work. So I will start here with Minister Pedeni. Please, if you can share with us some of the highlights that Albania has been undertaking in this area. Please.
Thank you very much, Maya. It's really a pleasure to be here. We reconvene another ministerial session, but I think it's momentous to start with heartfelt thank you to RESPA for bringing us together on issues on how we need to reimagine governance, and reimagine governance in a way as to not as a rigid sort of mega structure, but mostly as a drive of change. Drive of change not only in words, not only in slogans, but as a drive into changing what it means to serve to the public, to put it very, very simply, to everybody, each of us, to do our job as we should. We do believe that when it comes to innovation, I think lots has been said. I would like to echo very also quickly what has been already mentioned by the opening remarks on why we do see and why it's interesting for us to look through the perspective of innovation as a means not only to just as a nice to have kind of thing, it's not only as an optional pursuit, but something which lies at the very core of what we're doing on a daily basis. So this has been also in our perspective very important to tackle at the very bottom what we do believe that it's important when it comes to induce elements of innovation in our governance. And this starts all, as many different drives of change, with the political will to make public innovation at the very center of what we're doing. This year, we have 2 main novelties at the government level. We have a new minister for economy, culture, and innovation, which means that we have a distinguished ministerial portfolio which is dedicated to foster innovation in the public sector, but not only. And we have also within the ambit of this ministry a new agency which is called Agency for Innovation and Excellence. And what the agency is mainly focused on is to provide assistance, to provide guidance through a number of excellent experts coming from different kinds of backgrounds to different ministries on how to innovate. This can be seen as a hub of excellence for all of us to gather new elements, novelties, and so on and so forth. We have one distinguished expert assisting us. As you know, we are also a newly established ministry. In January this year, it was the government's will to have a dedicated Ministry of State on Public Administration and Anti-Corruption in order to ensure that there is full synergy between what we're doing to empower our public administration, to re-energize our human capital in the public administration with the efforts to fight corruption and build integrity sort of leadership. In that sense, we have now a fully fledged institutional framework which is not only there to show that there is a will to bring forward this kind of change on one hand, but also to make sure that there are specific units dealing on a daily basis, not only at the political level, but also at the technical and delivery level when it comes to innovative practices. One of the most innovative practices in the country is, and it should be first and foremost, what we've done in terms of reimagining public service delivery in Albania. We offer now 95% of services online. We have been very much inspired by the e-Estonia model. In our case, it's called e-Albania, where we have a one-stop shop for every sort of public services that we offer. And we started this now jumping from 14 services in 2013 to 1,247 services as we speak. And all services are not being offering free services to citizens, but also services which are quite even more quicker than before. So just with a click of a button, everybody can have hold of a license, of a certificate, so on and so forth. But as we know, innovation, it's much more complicated than that. And I would like to echo what our colleague from Estonia was mentioning before. We have moved from paper to digital, but we started last year a massive re-engineering exercise. What we did is that we looked into our back office system, because we saw that it's not only important to digitalize what we do in paper, because this is not really innovation, but this is what it lies at the very core of what we're trying to do, is to make sure that we have a full understanding of how the process of a certain service is being delivered and is being completed at the back office level. We took experts from the innovation sector to say, look, guys, you've done this for a long time. All of us working in a specific sector, we are used to a specific pattern of how we do our work. And we need sometimes somebody to come and look from the outside of what we're doing wrong, or maybe what we're doing ineffectively. So this is what we did. We mapped all our processes for each and every public service, and we started a process with both units, the innovation units on one side, but also the legal department of the Ministry of Justice, who is in charge to accompany this innovation with the necessary legal intervention. So this is where we believe that we lie at the very juncture of this process. This is an ongoing process, of course, but we do believe that re-engineering of the public services now is the name of the game. And we also believe that this is also very powerful to deregulate. We know how bureaucratization of processes can be hampering not only for citizens but also for businesses. And we do believe that this entire exercise of re-engineering will bring to fruition what we aimed as serving efficiently to the citizen. Second, but not least important, it was mentioned before, leadership. If the leaders in the public administration do not embrace the need to innovate, if they don't embrace the need to make sure that we have in place systems which are more effective, but also in the same time comply with the highest standards of service delivery, we will not achieve that. This is why we started this year a process of leadership development. Only within this year, we had a number of 270 senior leaders in the public administration which have been trained on innovative practices of leadership, on how to embrace innovation, on how to embrace the means to impart to the staff and to the colleagues the need to innovate and to embrace innovation. Also, what is most important, last but not least, we cannot talk about innovation nowadays without talking about AI. We have embarked in a very exciting initiative with OpenAI in bringing change in two different areas. We are trying to include elements of artificial intelligence in public procurement in order not only to fine-tune every element which might give rise to inefficiency, might give rise to any sort of breach of integrity, but also which might give a more objective and a more competitive environment for applying to the businesses. In parallel, as we know, all countries in the region are undergoing a deep process of transformation, part of the EU integration process, which means that now, for us, what is most important is to ally with technology in order to make sure that the standards that we need to achieve in terms of EU acquis implementation are at the highest level. This is why we started again with OpenAI, an exercise of transposition of legislation into the Albanian framework of the EU acquis with using artificial intelligence. So it's the AI which does the first work when it comes to legislative drafting. And then, of course, our legal experts are there, of course, to check and make sure that this process is fine-tuned as we go. We deem this as a revolutionary approach. We have now a very ambitious agenda with the European Commission. We have set ourselves a goal by 2027 to complete the technical negotiations with the EU with the aim to eventually become a member by 2030. And we do believe that this massive exercise of legislative approximation will be only enabled through the use of AI in this process, a use which, of course, will have to be ethical, very diligent, in order to make sure that we can make the most out of this. Last but not least, I wanted to make sure that, as a last message, that technology and innovation is as powerful as the people who use it. So we come again and once again to all our colleagues in the public administration, all of them who really are a driver of change. And now we are in cooperation with the Agency on Excellence and Innovation to make sure that we widespread in the public administration the training on how to make good use of generative AI. We have started with an introduction to the main platforms, such as Copilot, such as ChatGPT, such as Gemini, in order to introduce them how to make good use of it, but also how to make a good ethical use of it. So now I think we are at a good juncture where we can share some lessons, but we are mostly here also from learning from our peers, from learning for other countries what they've done in this matter. So I truly appreciate and cherish this opportunity. So thank you very much, Maya.
Thank you very much, Minister. Very, very inspiring, very important messages. First on the re-engineering process of the public services, then the leadership aspect, the assistant or deployment of AI in terms of helping in processes. Is this the acquis translation? Is this public procurement? But also in terms of boosting the skills of the human capital in the public sector for the efficient and ethical use. Thank you very much, and really, really happy to, once you, of course, you have more to share, that we share the practices and the lessons learned with the peers. So thank you very much for this. We are now passing to Assistant Minister Nejat Salman from Bosnia, who will also share his perspective on today's topic. Please, Nejat. No, it goes directly, but just move it more closer, yes.
I'll take this advantage of possibility of translation and speak in my native Bosnian language. Pozdrav svima, zaista je čast biti ovdje danas na ovom skupu. Prije svega želim iskoristiti priliku da se zahvalim našem domaćinu, ministru Minčevu, na izuzetnom gostoprimstvu i organizaciji ovog događaja. Naravno, zajedno sa Respom svi znamo koliki je napor potreban za organizaciju jednog ovakvog događaja. Malo je nezahvalno govoriti o uspjesima nakon moje prethodnice, ministrice Pirdeni, ali evo, ova današnja tema, vodstvo u inovacijama, je vrlo aktuelna i zaslužuje našu punu posvećenost. U Bosni i Hercegovini postoji određeni nivo svijesti, ne baš onoliki koliki bi mi željeli, ali zadovoljavajući nivo svijesti da su inovacije u stvari ključni pokretač razvoja i izgradnje jedne transparentne i efikasne javne uprave. Uvedene jesu, kad govorim da su uvedene različite online platforme, mislim i na državni nivo, entitetske nivoje, sve do kantonalnih nivoa. Te platforme omogućavaju nam jednostavne registracije, pretrage podataka, dobivanje odgovarajućih potvrda, uvjerenja, naravno u konačnici sve što rezultira uklanjanjem tih birokratskih barijera i povećanje transparentnosti. Evo, želio bih spomenuti dakle, da se radi o digitalizaciji, upravljanje registrima koji su značajni za pravna lica, kao što su određene porezne evidencije, digitalni potpisi, kvalificirane elektronske potvrde za biznise, a isto tako i za stanovništvo. Evo, mislim da je ovo dobro mjesto s obzirom da smo i vrijeme, s obzirom da smo danas na događaju u organizaciji RESPE, a aktivnosti koje radimo jesu uz pomoć RESPE, tačnije RESPinog instrumenta tehničke pomoći on demand, gdje trenutno baš u Ministarstvu pravde radimo na jednom softverskom unapređenju našeg e-zbirnog registra nevladinih organizacija, koji će u konačnici imati cilj da građani mogu preuzimati sve neophodne dokumente za registraciju u online, dakle u digitalnom formatu i u konačnici izvršiti online registraciju organizacije civilnog društva. U pogledu inovacija, mislim, dosta toga je rečeno. Ako onako malo terminološki se zamislimo, nešto što je inovacija u jednoj zemlji, u jednoj javnoj upravi, možda je već u nekoj drugoj zemlji već stara vijest. Ali ako razmišljamo na način o inovacijama u odnosu na trenutno stanje, svakako da zaslužuju našu punu posvećenost i angažman, prije svega zbog poboljšanja javnih usluga, pružanja javnih usluga građana, zatim povećava se naravno efikasnost u procesu rada, samo to povlači za sobom smanjenje troškova, povećanje transparentnosti, povećanje konkurentnosti. Znamo da inovativne javne uprave privlače investicije i to znatno bolje poslovno okruženje. U budućnosti, evo, trudimo se i vidimo našu instituciju, naše javne uprave, generalno i ministarstvo kao jednu modernu, digitalno transformiranu instituciju koja će pružati svojim građanima, a i privredi visoko kvalitetne usluge. Dakle, znamo svi, dosta toga je rečeno i ne treba uopšte izmišljati nikakvu toplu vodu. Neophodno je prije svega jačati kapacitete za inovacije, dakle kroz razvoj i obuku zaposlenih, stvaranje poticajnog okruženja za inovacije, partnerstvo s privatnim i javnim sektorom i uvođenje naravno novih tehnologija, aktivno pratiti sve tehnološke razvoje i naravno nastojati ih implementirati u vlastite procese rada. Također o digitalnoj transformaciji ne znam je li ostalo išta što nije rečeno, mnogo toga je rečeno i otprilike znamo svi sve, ali evo neki generalni osvrt jeste da je neophodno usvojiti jedan holistički pristup, kako dakle digitalizacija ne bi nikad bila posmatrana u okviru samo nekih pojedinačnih projekata, nego kako bi morala biti dio sveobuhvatne strategije. Naravno, osigurati interoperabilnost sistema, znamo šta to znači, bolji protok informacija, zaštiti privatnost podataka, ali po meni jedna veoma važna stvar, evo zadnja, kao što kažu, the last but not the least, uključiti građane u cijeli taj proces. Naše ministarstvo je prepoznato, mislim, to mi je jedan od najvećih komplimenata kad čujem od građana, organizacija civilnog društva, kao jedno od najtransparentnijih. I trudimo se, dakle, da zadržimo to i podignemo eventualno na još veći nivo. Jer uz ovu digitalizaciju kvalitetnih usluga i transparentnost, mislim da je to jedan optimalan paket koji javna uprava u stvari može i pružiti svojim građanima. I na koncu, šta god mi radili, kakve god aktivnosti preduzimali, prije svega uvijek se moramo vraćati na početak i sjetiti se toga da javna uprava nikad ne smije biti svrha samoj sebi, nego da ona tu prije svega postoji zbog građana i zbog pružanja kvalitetnih usluga građanima. Evo, toliko. Hvala.
Thank you very much for highlighting some of the factors that are important for innovation, but also for this distinct emphasis on the citizens' engagement in your intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, my pleasure to invite our host, Minister Minchev, for your intervention on the importance of innovation in terms of transforming public sector and service delivery. Please.
Благодарам, Маја, директорке Маја. Благодарност уште еднаш во моје име до РЕСПА за организација на овој прекрасен настан, на овој диалог на високо ниво, на министерско ниво. Се надевам дека од овој настан ќе произлезат сериозни заклучоци, кои што и понатаму ќе го трасираат нашиот пат и интерес на сите земји кои што сме членови на РЕСПА, односно на земјите од регионот. Почитувани колеги министри, државни секретари, заменици министри, дами и господа, привилегија е да се биде дел од овој панел, размислувајќи за критичната улога на лидерството во поттикнувањето на иновациите во јавната администрација. Во денешниот свет кој брзо се развива, иновациите веќе не се само опција, туку неопходност за владите, кои што се посветени на обезбедување на ефективни, ефикасни и инклузивни јавни услуги. Дозволете ми да започнам со истакнување на некои од најновите достигнувања во јавната администрација во Република Македонија. Во текот на изминатите месеци се фокусиравме на создавање на цврста основа за иновации преку конкретни и насочени реформи и инвестиции. Значајно достигнување за нас е усвојувањето на стратегијата за реформа на јавната администрација, која се надоврзува на сеопфатната евалуација на претходните стратегии. Оваа стратегија е надополнета со иновативна IT алатка, дизајнирана да го следи и обезбеди ефективното спроведување на нашите реформски иницијативи. Друг клучен развој е напредокот што го постигнавме во дигитализирањето на нашиот јавен сектор. Подготвуваме сеопфатна база на податоци за да ги усогласиме нашите национални закони и подзаконски акти со стандардите на Европската Унија, поедноставувајќи ги административните процеси и секако најважно се да ја зголемиме и транспарентност. Дополнително во тек е модернизација на нашите системи за управување со архиви и евиденција, со што се осигурува дека граѓаните и бизнисите можат ефикасно и безбедно да пристапат до јавните досиеа. Создавањето на култура на иновации бара долгорочна визија и непоколеблива посветеност. За нас иновацијата не е само технологија, се работи за поттикнување на начин на размислување, на постојано подобрување, креативност и секако приспособливост. За 10 години јавната администрација во Република Македонија ја гледам како еден динамичен екосистем, каде што креирањето политики водени од податоци, услугите овозможени од вештачката интелигенција и заедничкото создавање на граѓани ќе представуваат норма. За да го постигнеме сето ова, даваме приоритет на иницијативите за градење на капацитети. Само оваа година голем број на јавни службеници учествува во програмите предводени од РЕСПА, како што се регионалната програма за мобилност на Западен Балкан и обуката за дигитализација и интеграција во Европската Унија поддржана од Италијанското Министерство за надворешни работи. Овие иницијативи ја поттикнаа нашата работна сила со вештини и знаења кои што се неопходни за прифаќање на нови неопходни практики и иновативни секако. Дигиталната трансформација е во срцето на нашите напори за модернизација. Еден од нашите водечки проекти вклучува проширување на употребата на така наречените услуги кои што се низ владините институции. Преку нашата иницијатива едношалтерски систем за граѓаните имаме за цел да обезбедиме безпрекорен пристап до основните услуги, намалувајќи ги бирократските пречки и зголемувајќи го задоволството на крајните корисници. Исто така би сакал да напоменам дека инвестираме во решенија за паметно управување, како што се предвидливи аналитики за урбанистичко планирање и контролни табли со податоци во реалното време за следење на перформансите на јавниот сектор. Овие така наречени алатки не само што го подобруваат одлучувањето, туку обезбедуваат и поголема одговорност, секако и транспарентност. Иновацијата во јавниот сервис не е ограничена на национални граници. Соработката со нашите регионални партнери беше клучна во поттикнувањето на реформите и усвојувањето на најдобрите практики. РЕСПА, морам да истакнам, одигра клучна улога во леснувањето на оваа соработка, поврзувајќи не со земјите членки на Европската Унија и регионалните администрации. Преку иницијативите како ДИСПА, ЕУПАН и наградата за јавна администрација на Западен Балкан, продолжуваме да учиме едни од други, градејќи заедничко складиште на знаење и на експертиза. На крајот, почитувани присутни, дозволете ми да нагласам дека лидерството во иновациите е повеќе од имплементација на нови технологии. Станува збор за негување на заедничка визија, зајакнување на нашата работна сила и поттикнување, ама буквално на сите нивоа на соработка. Како лидери, ние мораме да се погрижиме иновациите да се претворат во опипливи придобивки за сите наши граѓани, правејќи го управувањето поинклузивно, потранспарентно и секако поодговорно. Ви благодарам за можноста да го споделам нашето искуство и нашите имплементирани проекти. Заедно сите, кои што сме овдека присутни со почитуваните колеги, можеме да ја редефинираме иднината на јавниот сектор во Западен Балкан и во пошироко. Ви благодарам на вниманието.
Very much, Minister, for both the concrete illustrations of some of the recent activities, but also for outlining this forward-looking 10-year vision as to how an innovative public sector should look like. I will now kindly turn to the State Secretary in the Ministry of Public Administration, Naim Jokai, for your intervention in terms of the role of leadership as well as concrete highlights from the Montenegrin context. Please.
Thank you, Maya. Dear guests, thank you, Minister, for being great host these 2 days in Skopje. Also, I will use the possibility to talk in Montenegrin language. Kao prvo, pričamo o inovacijama, mislim da bih želio da iskoristim priliku, pošto je već dijalog na visokom nivou, da izrazim rezultate države Crne Gore u putu ka pristupu Evropskoj uniji. A to je svakako dobijanje pozitivnog IBAR izvještaja i svakako očekivanje zatvaranja 4 poglavlja do kraja godine. U tome jedan od poglavlja jeste svakako poglavlje 10, informatičko društvo i mediji. Usko vezan jedan od uslova za zatvaranje ovog poglavlja je svakako bio zakon koji je dolazio iz našeg ministarstva. Jesmo malo šire ministarstvo, horizontalno, i u tome pratimo i informacijonu bezbjednost. I time svakako, mislim da je ovo jedan najveći rezultat nakon velike cyber krize i napada u Crnoj Gori koji smo imali 2022. da smo uspjeli nakon 2 godine strateški sa našim partnerima ispuniti naše obaveze, i to jeste spremiti zakon u potpunosti usklađen sa NIS-2 direktivom. I to daje rezultat formiranja Agencije za cyber bezbjednost, jer naša poruka iz Ministarstva javne uprave u Crnoj Gori je uvijek ista, da ne možemo pričati o inovacijama i o digitalnoj transformaciji bez jake cyber bezbjednosti. Time, naravno, želim da izrazim posvećenost Vlade Crne Gore u tome da, što se tiče inovacije i digitalne transformacije, imamo 2 savjeta ključna koji su u sklopu kabineta i u kojem su uključeni sva ministarstva i akademska zajednica i privredna zajednica. To jeste koordinaciono tijelo za praćenje procesa digitalne transformacije, kao i savjet za pametnu specijalizaciju i inovacije. Mislim da time zajedno i zajedno sa savjetom za reformu javne uprave, koja novom strategijom 2022-2026 itekako želi da modernizira javnu upravu, a time biti itekako efikasnija i transparentnija i biti u potpunosti u skladu sa EU standardima, Sigma principima i trendovima globalnim. S tim u vezi želim ovaj moj govor, koji eto 5 minuta, podijeliti na 3 dijela, to jeste ojačanje kapaciteta, šta smo mi postigli u tome, direktni servisi i ta regionalna saradnja. U skladu sa time, mislim da je nakon COVID-a vidjeli smo da je itekako potrebna strateško planiranje u polju digitalne transformacije, i u tome projekat COVID-19 koji je u potpunosti finansiran od strane Europske unije, a u saradnji sa UNDP-om smo itekako počeli aktivnosti unutar javne uprave. Time u vezi daje rezultat da do kraja godine imat ćemo novi inovirani portal e-uprave koji će biti baza i centar za sve servise, a kad pričamo o servisima onda dolazimo do teme da nam je digitalna transformacija ključna oblast u reformskoj agendi, i time da će ove 2-3 godine u budućnosti biti ključne za unapređenje servisa i tako imati bolju i efikasniju javnu upravu. Također, ono što smo pomenuli uvijek sa vama, Majo, to jeste projekat Ready for EU, koji se itekako mora istaći, jer eto, kao država koji se možda prednjačimo u tom procesu EU, već spremamo zajedno sa vama i sa EU spremamo službenike za vrijeme kada budemo već članica Europske unije. Naravno, izazovi su mnogi, a u tome bih istakao spremnost ne samo službenika, već i građana. Time u vezi mi smo pokrenuli i već je itekako uspješna digitalna akademija koju koriste i službenici i studenti i građani sveukupno, i time da postignemo savjest digitalne transformacije na mnogo veći nivo. Trenutno očekujemo i početak Cyber akademije, itekako će biti mnogo potrebna da i na tom polju više saznajemo. Što se tiče regionalne saradnje u ovom polju digitalne transformacije i tog inovacija, želim istaći postignuti dogovor koji imamo sa državom Sjeverne Makedonije 2019. godine, isto i sa Republikom Srbijom, o priznavanju elektronskih usluga povjerenja, i naravno već smo pokrenuli inicijativu i već radimo o tome oko potpisivanja sporazuma u ovom polju sa državom Albanijom. Tako da, mislim, itekako je potrebna na ovom polju velika saradnja između država Zapadnog Balkana, naravno u saradnji sa svim partnerima, i mislim da RESPA ovdje igra ključnu ulogu u već prepoznavanje ove tematike, jer jeste budućnost. Za kraju, a itekako bitna, osim ovih izazova koje sam već pomenuo, mislim da treba pomenuti nedostatak kadra u javnoj upravi, ali generalno u ovoj strukturi IT i inovacije. Veliki je broj nedostataka kadra u našoj državi, a ne samo nego u globalu. Imam informaciju, na primjer, da u globalnom nivou nedostaje oko 4 miliona eksperata na ovom polju, tako da sigurno da suočavamo se svi sa istim izazovima i tu smo mi počeli od napada koje smo imali 2022. do sada itekako posvećeno da pazimo o politici vezano za službenike koji rade u javnoj upravi, jer itekako nije lako sačuvati ih. Time u vezi, naravno, treba istaći AI. Mi kao država koji itekako pratimo sve standarde i kriterijume što se tiče EU politike i u ovom pogledu itekako pratimo i mi smo već počeli sa UNDP-em, itekako bitan projekat, a to jeste spremnost uključivanje AI u javnoj upravi. Projekat koji je već pokrenut i koji će itekako dati dobre rezultate jer će biti dobra analiza. Naravno, počinjemo sa pripremanjem strategije, a sami fakat da smo osnovali organizacionu jedinicu u ministarstvu koja će se pozabaviti sa vještačkom inteligencijom itekako daje nadu da ćemo mi kao društvo u cjelini biti spremni za itekako izazovno vrijeme i inovativno vrijeme. Mislim da sam pokušao da te najbitnije korake i rezultate koje smo uspjeli, a sve ovo reforma javne uprave i sve ovo tačka koja je itekako bitna i ključna za integracije u EU. Zahvaljujem.
Thank you very much. First, also for contextualizing our dialogue today within the EU accession and EU integration path. And your 28 by 28 agenda is for sure also a great impetus towards also in the area of digitization, in the area of innovation. Thank you also for highlighting some of the concrete examples. Is this the digital academy? Is this ready for you? For putting the spotlight on the sort of shortages of staff and the importance of building capacities, as well as your readiness for AI. So thank you very much for your intervention. Minister Žarić, I would be honored to, of course, pass the word to you. Serbia is often mentioned as a frontrunner, especially when it comes to digitization, and we will shortly witness, once we start also handing the PA award, so we are also very much eager to hear some of the highlights that you can share with us on today's topic. Thank you.
Hvala Majo, hvala mnogo. Najpre želim da se zahvalim RESPI na pozivu i na organizaciju ove konferencije. Želim da se zahvalim i dobrim domaćinima, zaista ste nam upotpunili ova 2 dana da se osjećamo svi kao kod kuće. Želim da se zahvalim vama na organizaciji što ste nas u tako kratkom roku okupili u Ljubljani, pa u Tirani, evo sad ovde u Skoplju. A naše prisustvo znači da smo mi potpuno svesni važnosti onoga o čemu govorimo i važnosti ovih tema i smatram da su regionalni susreti uvek i dragoceni, zato što su prilika i da se motivišemo i da negde međusobno razmenimo znanja i iskustva koja možemo primeniti kasnije u svojim zemljama, a svakako u svakoj od naših uprava postoje neke dobre prakse koje možemo da primenimo. Ja uvek volim da kažem da volim da posmatram iz ugla građana, jer kad posmatrate iz ugla građana, onda sve dobije drugačiju perspektivu. Posmatrano iz ugla građana, dakle, pružanje usluga verovatno predstavlja najvažniju oblast reforme javne uprave. U skladu sa tim, digitalna transformacija i uvođenje inovacije u javnu upravu godinama unazad nije bilo samo cilj i jedna od mera Ministarstva državne uprave i lokalne samouprave, već i uopšte Vlade Srbije. To je ono po čemu smo postali prepoznatljivi ne samo u regionu, već i šire, a o našoj posvećenosti najbolje govore rezultati koji su ostvareni upravo na tom polju. U digitalnoj eri u kojoj živimo, od ključnog značaja je da javna uprava ide u korak sa vremenom, da bude inovativna i da na potrebe građana i privrede odgovara efikasnim pružanjem usluga na način koji je najpogodniji za korisnike. Zbog toga mi gradimo državu koja će zapravo biti na dugme. Mi smo isproveli jednu kampanju koja se naziva Država na dugme, jer želimo da država, državni kapaciteti, državna administracija i sve ono sa čime komuniciraju građani bude dostupno građanima 24 sata, 7 dana u nedelji, 365 dana u godini, naravno uz što manji utrošak vremena, novca ili bilo koji drugi resurs od strane građana. Iz tog razloga mi u Srbiji nastojimo da građanima i privredi omogućimo da sve svoje potrebe realizuju na jednom mestu, bez obzira na to da li se radi o jednom elektronskom mestu kao što je e-uprava ili se radi o šalteru, odnosno jedinstvenom upravnom mestu koje će se nalaziti u opštinama ili gradovima. Alat koji nam je verovatno najviše pomogao u nastojanju da transformišemo upravu iz regulatora u servis građana jeste portal e-uprava. U tom smislu želim da vam kažem da sam ponosna na činjenicu da se znatno povećava broj korisnika ovog digitalnog šaltera, da raste i broj usluga i novih usluga i realizovanih usluga i naročito me raduje činjenica da danas imamo preko 2.210.000 korisnika tog portala, odnosno e-građana, što je značajan pokazatelj da su naši građani dobrim delom spremni da komuniciraju sa državom na ovaj način. Takođe, kako bismo upravu prilagodili zahtevima savremenog života i potrebi za kretanjem i mobilnošću, omogućili smo građanima da dokumente potpisuju elektronski, korišćenjem mobilne aplikacije i kvalifikovanog sertifikata koji se nalazi u cloudu. I želim da vam kažem da je do sada skoro 450.000 različitih dokumenata potpisano putem ove usluge i što je još jedan, naravno, pokazatelj da mi prepoznajemo potrebe korisnika. Generalno gledano, ne postoji oblast od značaja za svakodnevni život građana ili za obavljanje poslovnih aktivnosti, ukoliko govorimo o biznis sektoru u kojoj nismo razvili digitalne usluge ili nismo se bar potrudili da neke usluge transformišemo. Tako da danas u Srbiji možemo da govorimo o e-bebi, e-zdravlju, uključujući i e-recept gde korisnici mogu da dobiju recepte i određene usluge zdravstvenog tipa, e-vrtić, e-upis u škole, e-izdavanje građevinskih dozvola, e-poreze, e-agrar, katastar, pravosuđe, e-inspektor, ali i mnogi druge servise. Od novih postignuća za koje smatram da ima značajan transformativni potencijal, izdvojila bih softversko rešenje koje nazivamo Pisarnica i koje je za nešto više od godinu dana dalo značajne i vidne rezultate u odnosu na samo funkcionisanje, pre svega u okviru sistema javne uprave. Jer ako želimo da nešto funkcioniše izvan sistema javne uprave, moramo doprineti tome da prvo funkcioniše u okviru sistema javne uprave. Mi smo pronašli jedno moderno rešenje za kancelarijsko poslovanje. To je nama omogućilo centralizovano vođenje predmeta, predstavlja pisarnicu koja je jedinstvena za čitavu upravu i predstavlja velike mogućnosti s jedne strane za zaposlene, ali sa druge strane i za građane koji koriste naše usluge. Sa druge strane, nikako ne smemo da zaboravimo niti da zapostavimo one koji nisu e-građani, one koji ne žele možda da na taj način komuniciraju sa državom ili one koji nemaju uslova ili mogućnosti da svoja prava ostvaruju na taj način, već i žele da svoja prava ostvaruju na šalteru. Oni itekako mogu da takođe osete značajne promene u radu zaposlenih širom Srbije. Pre svega, te promene su zasnovane na tome da se od njih ne zahtevaju više mnogi dokumenti, ne zahteva se više da sami prikupljaju određenu dokumentaciju, već se ta dokumentacija prikuplja po službenoj dužnosti. I kako bismo dodatno i promovisali ovaj pristup, Ministarstvo intenzivno radi na uspostavljanju jedinstvenih upravnih mesta u gradovima i opštinama širom Srbije. Jedinstvena upravna mesta zapravo predstavljaju šaltere koje će građani moći da koriste sa apsolutno svim pitanjima koje imaju da postave zaposlenima na tom šalteru. Koristit će jedan šalter koji će biti za sva njihova pitanja ili specijalizovane šaltere za određene oblasti, ali u svakom slučaju mogu da budu sigurni da će tu dobiti sve odgovore na svoja pitanja i mogu da budu sigurni da neće više čuti onu čuvenu rečenicu fali ti jedan papir ili da nešto neće moći da se završi. Praktično trudimo se da usluga koju pružamo građanima bude efikasna i besprekorna. Istovremeno, sa druge strane, jako nam je važno da čujemo šta građani misle o načinu na koji im pružamo usluge. Naravno, na taj način ćemo i unaprediti, i tom analizom ćemo i unaprediti kvalitet pružanja usluga i zbog toga smo uspostavili mogućnost da korisnici upravo portala e-uprava mogu da iskažu svoje zadovoljstvo ili nezadovoljstvo, da nas pohvale ili da kažu gde tu možda treba promeniti priču i odnos u komunikaciji između državne administracije i građanima. Ovogodišnji rezultati tih merenja i analiza su zaista sjajni, čak 88% građana i 97% privrede je zadovoljno brzinom pružanja e-usluga, a 86% građana i 95% privrede je zadovoljno poslednje korišćenom elektronskom uslugom. Još jedan snažan potencijal vidim i u daljem kapacitetu razvoja otvorenih podataka, naročito njihove ponovne upotrebe, na čemu takođe trenutno radimo, nastojeći da se uskladimo i sa novim standardima Evropske unije. Verujem da će uvođenje setova podataka visoke vrednosti, a naročito podsticanje njihove ponovne upotrebe, otvoriti jedan značajan novi prostor za kreiranje usluga na osnovu podataka koji će biti po meri građana, odnosno usluga koje će biti po meri građana. U ovakvim okolnostima i zbog svega što sam navela, a ima tu još dosta toga o čemu bismo mogli da govorimo, ali želim da kažem da je međunarodna saradnja, a pre svega naša regionalna saradnja, naše regionalno uvezivanje koje je praćeno naravno i razmenom znanja i iskustava, želim da kažem da ima dragocenu ulogu. Želim i da čestitam današnjim, evo unapred, dobitnicima nagrada na priznanjima. Oni svakako predstavljaju inspirativne primere reformatora. Smatram da treba da se ugledamo na njih i da krenemo njihovim koracima, a naročito smatram da su ovakve sesije i ovakvi paneli vrlo značajni, pre svega za naše građane kojima pružamo usluge i mislim da iz ovakve saradnje mogu da izađu mnoge dobre ideje i naša efikasnost i bolje funkcionisanje naših uprava. Hvala.
Thank you very much, Minister, first for having this citizens' lens and how really citizens see the topics that we are discussing. Thanks also for walking us through some of the impressive numbers with regards to the uptake of your portal and for walking us through some concrete e-services. Maybe a few things resonated with me. First, the inclusivity aspect. How do we provide proactive, seamless services even to the ones that might not be, digitally native or that might prefer other channels? So very important to bear this in mind. The importance of measuring satisfaction. So it's very important that we don't drop the ball on quality management in our public sector. The importance of open data, high value sets, and at the end, the importance of regional and international cooperation in terms of encouraging collaborations and more and more examples. Thank you very much. I will now turn to the Deputy Minister, Bardil Dobra, to also walk us through some of the highlights on today's topic. Bardil, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maya. Thanks for inviting me in this panel. Thanks also to Minister for having us here. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here and share what we have been doing these last years in terms of public administration reform. But before I get to that, I think we are living in quite an interesting time. We just had elections, well, they had elections in the US, and we have now Musk talking about this department on government effectiveness or efficiency. What does it mean? Will they introduce robots and replace public servants? what will happen? We don't know. But one thing is sure, and this is, I would like to mention a very good book, in my opinion, from Rainer Kattel, Wolfgang Drexler, and Erkki Icaro, on the state and especially the bureaucracy that is needed for innovation. And their main argument during the entire book is that innovations need bureaucracy. They start talking about quantum mechanics, how it started. Of course, it was a partnership between private companies, but the state played a crucial role in this. And we can go on and on during history and see that the role of the state has always been key to innovation. We talk about internet, we talk about nuclear energy, and so on and so forth. So let us not forget that the state has always been, is now, and should be an important player when we talk about innovation. Now I'll turn to what we have been doing these last years in Kosovo. We have completed our legal framework. We have a strategy on public administration reform, but also a strategy on e-governance. We have completed our legislation in terms of salaries, but also human resources. And we are already seeing some of the results. In parallel to this, we have, I think as most of countries in the Western Balkans, but also in Europe and elsewhere, started this process of digitalization of services and back office work and so on. All this is, of course, aligned with our National Development Plan, but also the digital agenda, the growth plan that was already mentioned earlier is also coming into play in this reforms and in the work that we are doing. But we have done something that is important, and it's an ongoing process. We have decided to have a national program on administrative burden reduction. The keynote mentioned earlier that digitalizing is not necessarily always innovation. And I think we have the same philosophy. We first looked at different procedures and looked at where we can cut unnecessary bureaucracy and eliminate unnecessary administrative burden. After doing that, we then digitalize services or administrative procedures. The work is not finished yet. We are continuing this process, and it will take some more time, but it has been very useful because it eliminates from the beginning all the unnecessary work and all the obstacles that can emerge later if we do not conduct the analysis from the beginning. And we have seen results on this. Well, I think I mentioned last time that the pandemic was really unfortunate, but it also, in some aspects, had a positive push for many states, and it was the case with Kosovo, as we used the platform eKosovo for the vaccination during COVID time, and it was a very successful program because I think we had 78% of our population that got the 2 shots of COVID vaccine. And this promoted the platform starting from 0 services exposed in 2021. We now have more than 200 services that are offered to our citizens. Certificates, birth certificates, and other certificates can be downloaded now from home or mobile phones and so on. And this is very important because we have a population that is very young. 70% of our population is under 35 years old. So this is very important, and we have 100% of our territory that is covered by high broadband internet. Internet penetration is 99.6%. So this is a real potential to move ahead with this. But it's important to work also on other aspects that can accompany innovation or digitalization. It's important to conduct this very core public administration reform. The human cannot be replaced. It can be replaced in some very broad aspects, but at the center, you cannot replace the human. And this is why our reform of public officials, well, the law on public officials was crucial because it is bringing positive results, and the results are already there. In less than 2 years, we saw a very important change. I have here some statistics. In 2023, before the entrance of the law into effect, we had 10 candidates per position. After the law, we have 32 candidates per position. So more competition and logically, I would say, better quality. We had 48% of the recruited people that were women. Now we are at 63%. Before the law entered into force, 36% of the recruited people were between 18 and 34 years old, and now we have 52% that are of this age. And why is this important? Because we have all this generation of young people that are tech savvy, that use mobile phones and technology from their first days, and they want to bring change. They want to see change, but they are also crucial actors in driving this change. What is very important is that we first cooperate also with the private sector, but also with the civil society organizations, and we all together work in this innovation and change. When we talk about change, and it was mentioned at the opening, culture is really crucial. We need to work on conducting this cultural change, and culture can mean also different things. It can be connected to innovation also. Culture, in the sense of art and so on, can drive innovation. Culture, in the sense of behavior, can also drive innovation. So it's important that we work with different institutions, and I'll not be very long. I'll just have two more short points to mention. We had a conference this year, last year also, but this year in September, Kosovo Par 2024, and one of the main topics of this conference was this cultural change. And we brought people from across the globe to discuss how we can contribute to making this change, how we can push our civil servants to start innovation, how we can push them to bring topics that are not necessarily fashion-driven topics, but that can bring change in this. And next year's conference, Kosovo 2025, will discuss a very important topic that is connected to innovation. It will be capacity in the era of artificial intelligence. So it is highly connected to the topic, and it will be in September, early September 2025. Last but not least, we are working on the National School of Administration, which is precisely about building these capacities in the long term, and it will be another game changer that will contribute to not only rejuvenating the civil service, but also bringing in innovation, culture, and this spirit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bardel, first for this human-centric approach, stressing the importance of human, for reminding us that innovation also needs bureaucracy. It, reminds us of the creative bureaucracy, entrepreneurial state concepts. Thanks also for stressing the importance of culture, as well as your work first on digitization, but also building capacities in AI. So I will now turn to the head of Sigma. Gregor, as you rightly said at the opening, you have just completed the monitoring cycle, which also generated certain insights when it comes to innovation and enabling environment in the public sector. So we're very much eager to get a sneak peek in some of the initial results. So thank you very much.
Sure, with pleasure, Maya, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to, release a few teasers about from the monitoring reports. There will not be spoilers because we will have ample opportunity to present the reports, to discuss the reports, and so on. Now, when it comes to innovation, I have already said that we looked into it under Principle 1, Sub-Principle 5, and we have 5 criteria there, and interestingly, as opposed to the general observation that I shared in the beginning, which is that basically the countries are doing better on legislation and strategies and slightly less good on, there's quite a significant gap on practices and outcomes. Here on innovation, the situation is exactly the opposite. When we looked at the strategies, at the papers, we haven't found much. But when we looked at the practice, we found in some countries very interesting examples of recognizing and awarding innovation. And when we asked the civil servants, a civil service survey was a part of our assessment this year for the first time. We have a new methodology. Very interesting results of this survey, I have to say. More is to come. This is just a teaser. When we ask the civil servants if they are encouraged in their environments, by their institutions, by their management, to come up with innovative solutions, 51% agreed or strongly agreed or tended to agree that they are encouraged, which is, I think, a very encouraging result. When we ask them whether good practices and innovative practices are shared across public administration, slightly less, but still 41% responded that this was the case. Now, with all the reservations towards the perception surveys, I have to say that these are actually quite good results, right? Of course, we didn't look at innovation only in this, under this horizontal sub-principle of innovation. We saw a lot of innovation across the board in all areas of public administration reform, including HRM, for instance, and especially in service delivery and digitalization. And if you ask me for one single biggest factor of success when it comes to delivering tangible results for citizens and businesses, I would say it is the enablers of digital government, not individual services, but the enablers. Or even more specifically, it is the registries and the interoperability between registries. This is what produced, and I will exceptionally single out 2 countries, the front runners in this area, Serbia and Albania. This produced millions and millions, but really millions of cases where data were exchanged between agencies rather than, using the citizens as postmen carrying papers from one counter to another. And this is super tangible. These are enormous savings of time for citizens and businesses. And of course, there are many other good examples. But one thing that was a bit disappointing, I have to say, was in HRM area, where we indeed expected some new practices stemming from what we learned during the COVID period, when we had to, to embrace new ways, new modalities of working, especially working remotely, teleworking, working from home, basically from any place on the globe. We saw during the COVID period that this was possible, actually, and that the flexible working schedules were also possible. But this has somehow disappeared from the practice in the Western Balkans. Yeah? We haven't spotted it. Yeah? We looked especially in teleworking and the flexible working schedule, and we found almost nothing. And I think here you really, really have room for improvement. As I think Stefan mentioned in his opening remarks, salaries are not the only motivational factor. Of course they are important. I mean, let's face it, money is important, right? Salaries are important, but there are other things too. And flexible working arrangements, teleworking opportunities and so on are definitely among the potential motivational factors. And I would really strongly encourage you to think about it, just as a food for thought. Much more to come, of course, from our assessment, but this time I will intentionally be short because I also understand that I'm probably the last obstacle standing between all of you and the coffee and drinks over there, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Gregor. I mean, first for the positive teaser, then for, of course, the emphasis on digital enablers and on this encouragement to do more under the HR area, which can benefit for much more, even innovation, etc. So I'm just inviting Genti for a minute from the stage to, yes.
I mean, I think there's a consensus among the ministers and the public, more than 50 plus votes.
Oh, yes.
Top enablers, according to us, which I think we're a qualified audience here. Strong leadership, political will, number one. Continuous learning, upskilling, training of public servants. A lot of work for us, Gregor, in this regard. And openness to change. Nice result, very inspiring. Let's keep this in the back of our brain. And thanks for your participation to the Slido. Last point before we invite the ministers for the conference photo. The governments, the ministers and the high-level representatives have agreed also on a joint statement committing towards more work and focus on innovating processes and also public administration reform and also making the public service an attractive employer of change, of choice, etc. So it's a joint statement which we appreciate and we will share with all the attendees and also wider as a clear commitment of this region towards striving towards better times in terms of public service. Dear Minister Gregor Maia, thanks a lot, and you are kindly inviting for a family picture so that we eternalize this moment, let's say.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
A unique awards system in the Western Balkans that recognizes and promotes outstanding initiatives in public administrations and supports building strong public governance systems. Welcome to the Public Administration Awards 2024.
Hello, Skopje. Good day, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 edition of the Public Administration Awards in the Western Balkans. My name is Vladimir Vulic, friends know me as Vanja, and I will be your host for this session today. I'm a digital transformation strategist based in Montenegro. Public Administration Awards in Western Balkans is a unique competition launched by RESPA and the Sigma program, spotlighting innovative governance practices and fostering resilient public administration in the region. Established in 2020 during the pandemic and held again in 2022, this third edition celebrates initiatives that build stronger public administration in partnerships with citizens. This year, under the motto, Building a Better Public Administration for Users and with Users, we were searching to identify, reward, and promote initiatives that set a standard of excellence, leading to enhanced public service delivery and improved quality of life for citizens in the region. We recognize projects that benefit our community, crafted through collaborative efforts with citizens and businesses of the region, showcasing measurable outcomes, achievements, and improvements in public service delivery, all within the overarching framework of promoting good governance. During the contest, we received numerous truly creative initiatives from the entire Western Balkans region, demonstrating innovation, sensitivity to diverse issues concerning citizens, and proactiveness. It was indeed a challenge for our jury of international experts to decide on the winners. The evaluation process entailed a rigorous review, including interviews with shortlisted teams, resulting in 3 outstanding initiatives being awarded, while 4 initiatives received special recognition for exceptional contributions. This year's winners will get a chance to boost their knowledge and skills by participating in a tailor-made learning journey to be carefully developed based on their project's outlines. In addition, they will become a part of the community of practice, allowing them to interact with other colleagues from the region and promote their success. But before announcing the main winners of this year, to mark the Western Balkans Public Administration Awards' successful completion for the 3rd consecutive time, we made an exception, deciding to reward the public administration institution with a special reward for their dedicated contribution to leading by example in digital transformation. This organization has demonstrated excellence in developing projects to achieve improved service delivery with a high level of replicability and noteworthy advancements over the course of the years. I'm honored to present a special award for leading by example in digital transformation and innovation of public service delivery to the Office for IT and e-Government of Serbia. This team has continuously contributed to enhancing public service delivery across the Western Balkans. I now invite Ms. Biljana Marić, Assistant Director of the Office for IT and e-Government, to receive this special award, which will be presented by Minister Mr. Goran Minčev.
Izvinjavam se. Uvaženi ministri, poštovani predstavnici RESPA i Sigma programa, cenjene kolege, velika mi je čast i zadovoljstvo da u ime celog tima Kancelarije za informacione tehnologije i elektronsku upravu Republike Srbije primim ovu prestižnu nagradu. Zahvaljujemo se žiriju i organizatoru što su prepoznali naš doprinos digitalnoj transformaciji javne uprave. Ova nagrada nije samo rezultat naše opredeljenosti za digitalnu transformaciju javne uprave, nego je i podsticaj da nastavimo s razvojem inovativnih rešenja u javnoj upravi koje će unaprediti život građana. Pokazali smo da digitalizacija može dati dobre rezultate i postaviti velike standarde u regionu Zapadnog Balkana. Još jednom hvala vam svima na prepoznato našem radu i opredeljenosti ka digitalnoj transformaciji javne uprave. Prijatno.
Congratulations once again, and now it is time to proceed to special recognition awards of the 2024 edition of the Western Balkans Public Administration Awards. Central Register of North Macedonia won a special recognition award for their project name, Transparency Triumph, empowering anti-money laundering with the beneficial ownership register. The initiative is awarded for continuity and strategic project development. Minister Ms. Jelena Žarić-Kovačević will present this special recognition to Anita Stamnova and Marijana Naumovska, representatives of the Central Register of North Macedonia. A big applause, please. Macedonia launched the Beneficial Ownership Register to enhance transparency and accountability in combating money laundering and financial terrorism. Despite pandemic challenges, the Beneficial Ownership Register achieved a whopping 94% compliance rate within weeks, supporting both public and investigative bodies like the Financial Investigative Unit. The initiative promotes trust in the financial sector and aligns with EU anti-money laundering directives. Thank you. The city of Prijedor in Bosnia and Herzegovina won a special recognition award for their project named the Open Data Portal. The initiative is recognized for the use of open data at the local level. RESPA Director, Ms. Maja Handžiska-Trendafilova, will present the Special Recognition Award to Mr. Nebojša Savanović, Head of Economy Department in the city of Prijedor, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Prijedor made a significant leap towards modernization by launching an open data portal to enhance urban development through increased transparency and citizens' engagement. This initiative provides citizens, businesses, and public institutions with access to essential databases, enabling better decision-making and fostering a culture of innovation. The portal seeks to streamline public services and improve overall efficiency by collecting and categorizing data from city-owned institutions. With 17 categories of data sourced from numerous meetings and organizations, the Open Data Portal positions Prijedor as a leader in utilizing digitization for community growth and empowerment. A big round of applause once again. The Public Procurement Commission, Republic of Albania, won special recognition award for the initiative named Reduce Administrative Burden and Promote Simplification and Efficiency in Administrative Procedure. The initiative is recognized for the digitalization of the entire procurement lifecycle. Deputy Minister Ms. Bardil Dobra will present this special recognition to Mr. Jonaid Mizuri, Chairman of Public Procurement Commission Albania, and Mr. Ndue Leshaj, Head of Sector of Information Technology and Publication of PPC Albania. A big round of applause, please. The Public Procurement Commission became the first procurement review body in the region and the EU to adopt the Open Contracting Data Standard. This initiative expanded publicly accessible data from 4 fields in 2020 to 21 fields nowadays. City of Kragujevac, Serbia, won special recognition for the initiative titled Be Part of the Plan. The initiative is recognized for transparency and openness in local policy making. Head of Sigma, Mr. Gregor Virant, will present the special recognition to Mr. Dejan Ružić, Deputy Mayor of City of Kragujevac, Serbia. Be Part of the Plan is an innovative online platform developed by the City of Kragujevac in collaboration with NALED and the Faculty of Geography. It allows users to receive alerts via email, SMS, or Viber, ensuring their timely involvement in the planning process. By facilitating electronic participations, citizens can track changes, submit comments, and influence construction decisions. And now, it is time to announce the winners of the 2024 Western Balkans Public Administration Awards. The 3 selected initiatives demonstrated advanced project development and user centricity and paved the way to truly improved service delivery. The award for the simplification and streamlining of processes with a high potential for replicability goes to the team of Public Policy Secretariat that digitized administrative procedures in Serbia to stimulate investments into renewable energy in Serbia for their project named Digital Transformation in Serbia, Contribution to Green Agenda. The following video will give you more information about this brilliant initiative.
In a world where renewable energy is key to sustainability, Serbia is leading the charge with its digital transformation project aimed at simplifying investment in renewable energy.
Tokom posljednje 2 godine, Republički sekretarijat za javne politike je na osnovu inicijative investitora, a sa partnerskim ministarstvima, Ministarstvom rudarstva i energetike i Ministarstvom za zaštitu životne sredine, napravio značajan iskorak u oblasti obnovljivih izvora energije sa 32 nove digitalne usluge. Pojednostavljene su složene administrativne procedure potrebne za ulaganje u obnovljive izvore energije. Optimizacijom birokratije drastično smo smanjili troškove i vreme obrade licence, čime je olakšan put ka zelenoj budućnosti Srbije.
Projekat je u potpunosti ko-kreiran sa investitorima koji su ujedno bili inicijatori ove transformacije. Suočeni sa komplikovanim i skupim procedurama, tražili su optimalno rešenje kako bi ulaganje u obnovljivu energiju bilo jednostavnije i privlačnije. U partnerstvu sa EBRD-em i nadležnim ministarstvima, Republički sekretarijat za javne politike je radio na pojednostavljenju procedura, racionalizaciji propisa, čineći ih efikasnijim i usklađenim sa standardima Evropske unije.
Sa punom primjenom principa samo jednom, organi pribavljaju podatke po službenoj dužnosti bez opterećivanja podnosilaca zahteva da dostavljaju nepotrebnu dokumentaciju. Ova inovacija eliminiše potrebu za ponovljenim podnošenjem informacija, ubrzavajući odobravanje projekata i smanjujući administrativna opterećenja za investitore.
Kao neko ko pruža pravnu pomoć investitorima, mogu da kažem da projekti obnovljivih izvora energije sada brže nego ikada mogu da pređu iz koncepta u stvarnost. Od sada će poslovanje u oblasti obnovljivih izvora energije biti mnogo efikasnije i brže.
Birokratska kašnjenja i različiti nivoi angažovanja zainteresovanih strana zahtevali su upornost i prilagođavanje. Međutim, Republički sekretarijat za javne politike je prevazišao ove prepreke zahvaljujući uspostavljenim odnosima sa ključnim partnerima i institucijama.
Ključna stvar bila je u ranom uključivanju zainteresovanih strana. Uključujući investitore u proces, uspeli smo da dizajniramo digitalne usluge koje zaista odgovaraju njihovim potrebama. Ovako uspešan okvir digitalne transformacije u Srbiji u oblasti obnovljivih izvora energije ima snažan potencijal prenošenja iskustva i znanja, nudeći plan za digitalnu transformaciju i u drugim zemljama kao i u drugim sektorima.
By simplifying investment processes, Serbia is attracting more investors and paving the way for a sustainable, green future.
And now, RESPA Director, Ms. Maja Handžiska-Trendafilova, will present the award to Ms. Bojana Tošić, Director of the Public Policy Secretariat of Serbia. A big round of applause.
Hi, everybody. I would like to say some sentences. Dear RESPA and Sigma members, dear colleagues, dear friends. On behalf of Public Policy Secretariat team, I'm honored to accept this award for our achievement in the field of digitalization of public policy services, especially in the area of renewable energy sources. Our mission during this project was to improve the business environment and encourage the development of additional green investments in Serbia, thus actively supporting green agenda. The digitalization of administrative procedures not only make business easier for local companies, but it also sends a strong statement to foreign investors about commitment to improving the business environment in this area and this region. Digitized services are an important step forward in modernizing our government and establishing a conducive climate for green investments. By implementing these services, we eliminate bureaucracy, simplify access to information, and create more efficient system that promotes innovation and investment in the renewable energy sector. Not to prolong any further, we want to express our thanks to everyone who has been part of this process and to tell you that we are excited to continue working together toward a greener future. Thank you one more time for this prize.
Congratulations. The award for dedicated inter-institutional governance goes to the amazing team of the Ministry of Social Welfare, Family Care and Demography of Montenegro that transformed Montenegro's social protection system for the initiative named Social Welfare Information System, or so-called SWIS. The following video will tell you more about this fabulous initiative.
In a world where access to social protection is critical, Montenegro has set a new standard.
Preuzevši odgovornost za resor, uvjerio sam se da je informacioni sistem socijalnog staranja e-socijala jedan od ključnih oslonaca za efikasno funkcionisanje sistema socijalne zaštite u Crnoj Gori. Digitalizacija procesa 2015. godine donijela je reformske promjene, čineći podršku građanima efikasnijom, transparentnijom i dostupnijom svima kojima je potrebno. Projekat je implementiran u saradnji sa UNDP-em.
Mnogo je brže nego prije. Završio sam sve za par minuta, prije sam morao ići na više mjesta, skupiti dokumentaciju, sad sve na jednom mjestu završio.
Ovaj pojednostavljeni proces značajno skraćuje vreme obrade, poboljšava koordinaciju i promoviše transparentnost među institucijama.
Kroz ovaj sistem omogućeno je smještanje korisnika u domove za stare i ustanove za mlade, čime se obezbjeđuje sveobuhvatna podrška djeci, porodicama i starijima kojima je ona najpotrebnija.
By enhancing coordination, e-social ensures that no vulnerable citizen is left behind.
Sistem nam omogućava praćenje svakog koraka, od prijema korisnika, procjene i planiranja, pa sve do realizacije i zatvaranja slučaja.
Uvođenje e-socijale bilo je izuzetno zahtjevno, jer smo krenuli od situacije u kojoj mnogi radnici nisu imali ni osnovnu opremu, poput računara, a uz dobru saradnju i profesionalizam svih uključenih uspjeli smo savladati sve prepreke. Danas, zahvaljujući ovom zajedničkom naporu, e-socijala funkcioniše kao ključni oslonac naše socijalne zaštite i pokazatelji šta se može postići predanim radom.
E-social puts citizens first. With a simple and user-friendly design, it has made accessing social and child welfare rights easier than ever.
Kroz e-socijalu Crna Gora je spoznala da su ključ uspjeha snažno liderstvo, jasna komunikacija i fleksibilna prilagodljivost izazovima. Ove lekcije sada oblikuju budućnost, jer sistem služi kao model koji druge zemlje mogu primijeniti i prilagoditi svojim potrebama.
Assistant Minister of Justice, Mr. Nejat Salman, will present the award to Ms. Mersida Alicijević, Acting Director of the General Directorate for Social and Child Protection from the Ministry of Social Welfare, Family Care and Demography of Montenegro. Please, a big round of applause.
Thank you all, and thank our colleagues from RESPA and Sigma for this award. 10 years ago, when we launched this project with UNDP, we had no idea that it would become such a vital component of the overall social protection sector, or that so many would nowadays find it unimaginable to do their jobs without this information system. More than just a digital solution, e-social has proven to be an enabler of social protection reform enforcement involving not only our IT team in the ministry, but also all social protection personnel in the field. This complex information system has enabled the provision of targeted and timely social protection for the most vulnerable, amounting over 230 million euros last year alone, while also generating crucial data that guides policy development. I'm honored to accept this award on behalf of the Ministry and the entire Montenegrin social protection sector, who are the heart of this project. These PA awards serve as both a reminder of our past accomplishments and additional encouragement for our future efforts in this domain. As we move forward, our ministry is committed to the future upgrading of this information system, ensuring it effectively serves those in need. Last but not least, I extend my congratulations to all other awarders for the excellent work they do and wish everyone continued growth and success. Thank you all.
Congratulations. The award for a distinct human-centric approach to digital transformation goes to a great team from the Office for IT and e-Government that developed a platform for safeguarding children in Serbia from violence named I Protect You. I'm really excited to see the following video.
I Protect You platform is a centralized hub for addressing violence, neglect, and abuse involving children in Serbia. Citizens can report concerns and track the action taken anonymously or with their name.
Platforma Čuvam te povezuje preko 2700 entiteta, uključujući sve škole, centre za socijalni rad, policijske stanice, resorne inspekcije, osnovna i viša javna tužilaštva, ustanove socijalne zaštite za smještaj dece, zdravstvene ustanove, čime je unapređena koordinacija i omogućena brža i efikasnija reakcija institucija. Svako dete koje je u nevolji ili se osjeća ugroženo putem mobilne aplikacije može poslati obaveštenje na pouzdane kontakte. Na ovaj način želimo da osiguramo da se nijedno dete ne suoči samo sa opasnostima koje vrebaju. Možemo reagovati u trenutku, pružajući zaštitu kada je to najpotrebnije.
The platform is not only for reporting violence, it's also for learning. Through educational materials on the platform, children and adults can better understand types of violence, recognize warning signs, and learn how to respond appropriately. By raising awareness, platform empowers communities to prevent violence before it occurs. Whether you're a victim, a witness, or just concerned, submitting a report is easy. And you can track the progress of your submission, ensuring transparency and accountability.
U pozadini platforme nalaze se stručni timovi koji analiziraju svaku prijavu, obezbeđujući brzu i odgovarajuću akciju nadležnih organa. Uspeh ove platforme u Srbiji nudi plan rešenja za druge zemlje koje se suočavaju sa sličnim izazovima. Sa modularnim dizajnom i fokusom na saradnju, rešenje se lako može replicirati i prilagoditi različitim regionima.
With I Protect You, we're not just responding to violence, we're preventing it. Together, we're creating safer, more secure environments for children and adults alike.
Saznajte više, uključite se i pomozite u zaštiti naših najmlađih. Na platformi Čuvam te, svaka prijava nasilja koja uključuje decu čini razliku.
Congratulations once again, and now the State Secretary, Naim Jokaj, will present the award to Sanela Goljanin from the Office for IT and E-Government of Serbia. A round of applause, please.
Respected ministers and representatives of Sigma and RESPA program team, and also my dear colleagues, it is my pleasure and really honor to receive this amazing award, and on behalf of the Office of E-Government, IT and E-Government. It is an honor especially to mention my colleagues, special working team and coordination team, which worked together with us in implementation of this solution, which really brought innovation and digital transformation. They worked with us dedicatedly and established it, providing support mainly to the institutions and their ministers, since we were eager to support all of them in order to be sure that we have implemented in full capacity this innovative solution. This recognition is proof of the commitment of all of us who believe in the importance of the prevention and the quick reaction when it comes that we need to have a safer environment for our children. So the award is a really confirmation of the efforts of all users and partners of the platform, and additional motivation for entire society to continue to improve the system of prevention, support, and protection against all forms of violence that include children. So I would also like to thank to the jury to recognize this impact and effort of all of us together, all our ministers and their institutions in providing this digital transformation, innovative solution in a region of Serbia, Republic of Serbia, and I'm sure in the Western Balkan region. Once again, thank you all.
Congratulations once again. And in the very end of this award ceremony, I would now like to invite all the winners, ministers, together with Ms. Maja Handžiska Trendafilova and Mr. Gregor Virant, to join us on stage in order to make a family photo. Please come up on stage and make this memory last.
I'll just use this opportunity to say that this segment, as I said in the morning, has been maybe one of the most special ones of today's conference, because it is a testimony to your hard work. You inspire us, you inspire your peers. You're now becoming part of the community of practitioners that joins the special recognitions and awardees from the past sessions, and we will continue liaising with you, collaborating, jointly exchanging and growing with the follow-up capacity building learning journeys. What I will just say at the end is that we hope that the interest and the appetite for this Public Administration Award only grows in future, so I'm kindly encouraging and hoping for an even bigger uptake in the next editions. And I do hope that among you all today, we have now great brand ambassadors that will vouch for the Western Balkans Public Administration Award that Sigma and RESPA are proud to be jointly implementing. And then in the next edition, we can also bring forward more and more innovative solutions. So thank you very much once again from the entire team here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Handžiska Trendafilova. I would now like to officially say that the 2024 edition of the Public Administration Awards in the Western Balkans, launched by RESPA and Sigma, is officially closed. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Well, we will release the high-level guests from being with us in this. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for being with us and for rewarding excellence in public administration across the Western Balkans. Thanks a lot to my fellow moderator for skillfully steering this. We will still stay together for a couple of minutes. We will invite on the stage Nick Thies from Sigma Program and Tihana Puzic from EIPA, European Institute of Public Administration. They will give their perspective on the importance and relevance of recognizing excellence in the public sector. Both Sigma and EIPA, Sigma together with RESPA, EIPA together with other partners, lead similar awarding schemes across Europe in the case of EIPA and Western Balkans in the case of Sigma. I will leave the floor to you too, hoping that we'll get the best from your remarks, and which I can preempt will be quite interesting.
Thank you.
Sounded that you have a slight doubt.
I've seen the slides, yes.
Good. Great to see you all. Well, although it's difficult from here to see you all with these lights getting into our eyes. Allow us some, well, maximum 20 minutes of your time to dive into this title on importance of recognizing excellence in the public sector. And together with Tihana, we decided to do this together in duo, in team, and just to mix in between and to team up, literally, to team up. Before starting and diving in, let me take misuse of the stage and the microphone to really, really thank the colleagues of RESPA for this amazing event that we're able to host together as Sigma program. For the people that were on stage here, like Maya and Genti, but also for all the others that are behind the stage, behind the screen. So a big applause for the RESPA colleagues for pulling this all together. Now, diving into the topic, the importance of recognizing excellence in the public sector. When we were, is it possible to get like the presentation on the monitors or on one of the monitors that I don't need to turn around all the time? Would be helpful. No? Good. When we were starting to design the presentation of today, we were thinking, well, importance of recognizing. Importance of recognizing, what are the different elements in recognizing? Recognizing is about, first of all, identifying. If we want to recognize excellence, we first need to be aware of excellence. So we need to identify. We need to be able to assess. We need to be able to be aware, what does it mean? Yeah? So what does it mean and how do we assess? Second, well, it's only then that we can improve, that we can work to become better or even more excellent. So that's also an aspect that we will touch upon. Awarding. Awarding, giving recognition to it. Once we understand, once we identify excellence, well, how can we recognize it? How can we really, thanks. How can we then also really underline the importance of recognizing, of recognition and awarding? Because by that and doing so, we're able to learn. We're able to learn from each other, we learn from inspiring practices, we're able to disseminate, to spread, but also to internalize, to really fully take it on board. So these are also the 4 aspects that we will touch upon in the next 20 minutes. So before we dive in to the awarding and to the learning, well, maybe first say a word on what is excellence, Tihana.
And this will be then the first point that Nick just touched upon. And let's be innovative and engage in a dialogue over coffee so that we are efficient with the time today. But let me ask also the question, how much are the next generations that we are really facing nowadays on TikTok, how much are they aware of the excellence in the public sector? And would it also make sense that we engage more in communicating about the excellence? And what is excellence in your terms? Also today we have had the opportunity, really a fruitful one, to hear that excellence is different in my view, and that based on the standing points and the maturity, one can have an excellent project to be scaled up to another country, another region, etc. Yet something that I perceive as excellent does not necessarily need to be an excellent approach for another one. Therefore, learning, as we will touch upon, benchmarking, innovating, and experimenting is so much needed. This we have heard. Yet it was, I believe, Aristotle who said that excellence is never an accident. We need to plan excellence. We need to put high efforts and to come with the best intentions and to really be disciplined and to have a structure. This we have heard this morning as well. We need structures in the disruptive world, in the agile sector as well, but yet, in very simple form, allow me to say, and again, ready to discuss it, that excellence is basically quality and managing quality. And this we want to surpass, like we also heard this morning. Whatever we did, we want to continuously improve. We want to permanently improve. I hope you agree with that, and I would also like to say that the cross-fertilization of the ideas that we are seeing here, and also on my behalf, thank you so much to the whole of the RESPA team and also from the OECD Sigma, that what we are having as a common event over here, that is excellent at its best. And here, coming from the European Institute of Public Administration, we are so happy that we are hosting also the European CAF Resource Center. Now I see many CAF users over here. For the ones who are still not the CAF users, I will love to invite you to reach out to your national CAF correspondent and to do so. We are RESPA, who is also hosting the Regional Quality Management Center, together with the support also of the ESCD and Sigma principles. But what I love the most is that the appetite for quality and managing quality is coming from the ministries, from the organizations, from the agencies, and this, we are so happy that we have the opportunity to collaborate with RESPA and with you, dear friends and colleagues, and we are ready to do so even more. Just a couple of words about APA and the European Institute of Public Administration, a short introduction. It is that we were established 40 years ago by all member states. We are, again, a hub of excellence. And what we want is that we want to support the public administrations to work with, in, and for Brussels. We also want to understand, to better facilitate the understanding process of the EU institutions functioning, the management of funding, and also how the content and implications of decisions and legislation. Again, we are proud to be hosting the CAF Resource Center, but also that we are having the EPSA Awards with our partners since 2009. How we are related to the Western Balkans very much. Well, I am also from Bosnia-Herzegovina, a proud citizen of, and with RESPA, we are collaborating, I believe, since the very beginnings. I believe I'm right in that. With OECD Sigma, we are pushing also together many projects, and I love the collaboration with you in all of the parts, with GIZ, with UNDP, and also under the convention between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Luxembourg. We are very much active in delivering tailor-made competence-building assistance also here in the Western Balkans. Thank you also so much for signing the Memorandum of Understanding. It was, I believe, in April this year, strengthening again our partnership in all the areas. And Nick, let's continue also here.
Yes.
We learn.
Let's
and
continue
how
indeed.
Do we
Let's
learn?
continue after having a quick peek on the excellence. Well, how do we now learn as organizations? How we now learn as public administrations to become even more excellent and to become better? This one you all know for sure. Yeah? Deming's PDCA cycle. Yeah? In all the things that we do, well, we first need to plan things. We need to undertake action. We need to have a strategy. We need to have a plan. We need to undertake things. We need to do things. Then we need to monitor. We need to check. Yeah? We need to learn from this. This is where this single loop learning comes in. This is what quality is all about. It's about revising, it's about checking, it's about measuring, it's about, well, seeing what is going on, not just for the sake of seeing what's going on, but to really to learn from it. Single loop learning, this is where quality comes in. But as we heard also this morning, and also in the panel debate with the ministers, well, this is often sufficient. It's often sufficient to look at the existent and to look where and how can we improve. Where can we improve procedures, processes, where can we work on making things better. But sometimes it's also needed to really look into, well, are we still doing the right things? It's not about doing the existing things better, it's about really shaking the things. It's about shaking the box, even going outside the box. And this is where innovation happens, and innovation kicks in and comes in. And this is where this double lab learning takes place. Now, learning in organizations has different sources and different forms. Where can we get inspiration from? Well, as I said already, performance indicators, things that you measure, things that you measure and take stock of. This might be a source of inspiration and of learning for your organization. Feedback, feedback from users, actively seeking feedback, receiving complaints, but also not only from users' feedback, but also feedback from your staff, for example, or for partner organizations, from stakeholders, receiving feedback or actively seeking feedback. Really important as a source. And in all the winners and the special recognitions that were awarded today, this was really, really key. That all of these institutions, they really proactively worked with the users, with citizens, with users. Self-assessment. The Common Assessment Framework was already presented, really looking what we are doing, how we are doing things as individuals, but also as organizations, in a structured way to learn from. External assessments. Gregor already presented the Sigma reports, the Sigma monitoring. Yes, Sigma reports on a high level, public administration reform at large on a national level, but also assessments via the CAF and the external feedback happening there, also on receiving external feedback on what you are doing as organization. Learning from peers, what you're doing here. Really discussing with each other, teaming up, discussing, intervening, monitoring each other. What else can bring in change and lessons learned and learning? Crisis, disruption. It was already mentioned this morning, COVID shake things up big time. Other crucial events also shake things up big time. Have we learned from this? To an extent, maybe not sufficient. So that also brings in information, brings in aspects where we can learn from. And then the topic where we are here on today, also recognition and awards. Of course it's important to put people on stage. Of course it's important to give people a platform. We'll come immediately to this. But not just to put them on stage and to give them an award. The final purpose should also be to learn from them, to learn what they have been doing and how they have been doing. So let's then dive into the added value of awards. Why do recognition and why do awards, why do they matter in public administration? Well, let's start with the end. Well, awards and recognition, they are not just symbolic. How important it is that we give this special trophy that you can put, all the winners that you can put in your ministries, in the entrance hall or at the office of the director or who names it, that is important. But why is it really important for is that it should drive change in your own organization, but also into other organizations. Awards and recognition is important, well, to boost morale, to boost motivation. Your own staff, definitely, but also hopefully for others in the future. Super important to highlight successes and success stories. Not to blindly copy, as we heard this morning, but really to learn from. How come that this ministry in that country is able to do all of that? What prevents us to do the same or to do even better? Let's dive deep and have a look, and let's learn from what they're doing. But it also strengthens trust, how we are seen in the public administration. So this initiative, together with RESPA, but also wider, really should also give a boost to the perception, hopefully also trust, of public administration overall. There are different award schemes across the globe. We will not zoom into all of them. On this, we will not have the time. We will just zoom in on the final two, on EPSA, and then also on what we're doing here with RESPA. Please, Tihana.
Yeah, but we also invite you to check upon the other one and to see if you're eligible to apply. A couple of key facts about EPSA. First of all, I'm so happy to see a couple of familiar faces because back in April we have had the opportunity also together with Maya and also with other applicants from the Western Balkans, but also from, first of all, of Europe, is that we presented the winners, but the whole of the scheme. A couple of key facts, I believe that with more than 1,500 innovation projects submitted so far, we can say that this is really the barometer of the European public sector recognition. Now, this is an arena of a colorful innovation that we can use on a pan-European level and to scale up and to transfer to new generations that we should really take into focus with. It is also that we are working with more than 40 countries and also EU institutions that we're happy to do so, and also that We are very thankful to our partners coming from the European Commission, from DG Reform, using the TSI to Province of Limburg, City of Maastricht, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Hungary, and Austria. We can move on. That's saying that we are organized every 2 years, and those are a little bit of the facts about the applications from the Western Balkans. Now, here we can really see a big growth from 2023 edition. And we are so happy at APA to see this growth, and we would also love to see even more in the future. And when we also, if we would have broken it down, and we didn't want to do so because of the time, it is that we have to highlight digitalization, which came as applications for the EPSA awards from the Western Balkans, and also organizational culture and boosting and changing the organizational culture, and happy to do so. When it comes to social responsibility and also green, there we would also wish to have a little bit of a more outreach, and I'm so happy to have witnessed really great winners over here in the Western Balkans, and hope to see you then in the next edition. We are already planning our next edition, and this should be then launched hopefully in autumn 2025. And what's special about it, that it's going to be the 10th anniversary edition. So please don't miss it out. Please also communicate to your peers to apply. And also, speaking about applications from the Western Balkans, as the deputy head of the European CAF Resource Center, I'm so happy to see that this year we are having so many, quite a number of applications for the next CAF users event in Poland to be held in April next year. So this is also what drives us, what is our benchmark for excellence in having these excellent partnerships in the integrated EPSA awards, boosting each other, the public sector awards, and the CAF as one of the catalysts. Here on the Western Balkans, you want to take this one?
Yes, thanks. Just to conclude, well, first by saying that really from the side of Sigma, we strongly encourage if organizations, institutions from the region also participate in EPSA. I think it's really, or we think it's really, really a great initiative to learn not only within the region, as we're promoting here, but also outside. So participating in such an award scheme, as said, it's important to boost morale, to be recognized, but it's also a great opportunity for learning. As you have seen on Tihanna's slides, EPSA goes way back until 2008, 2009, with all these different editions. We started a bit later in the region. Nonetheless, we are super proud, together with RESPA, with what we have established so far. With this third edition that you're all witnessing now, I think really we have demonstrated the sustainability of the whole award scheme, of the award scheme itself, the way how it functions, but also what comes after. Because this learning journey, as Maya said before, this is crucial and super important. Just underlining and highlighting again that this year's edition, we had a special focus on really demonstrating impact. Not just doing a nice project here or there. Really about demonstrating impact, working together with and for the users. And I hope that you can join me in saying that with the winners and also the special recognitions that we have seen and put on the stage today, that they all demonstrated to be great examples of doing this, of demonstrating this goal and this focus and this mission, and that they are open for learning, for exchange, and really spreading the word and the gospel in the region. Because with this, we'd like to end our intervention, Tihanna. Let's not forget what is crucial and important in striving.
Let's see what's important. We believe that, and I'm going to quote my colleague Christoph Klicka from the EPSA team here, do excellent things and talk about it so others can follow. That was also said in other words throughout the day. And be inspired for more, and if I may add, be result-oriented. Don't stop. It's a journey, and once that you are just hitting the excellence and this learning path, what it means you have to start from the beginning. So please do so. And what if I fail? Oh, my darling, but what if you fly? Therefore, fly. And as said, hope to see you then also in Maastricht.
Thank you. Genti, Maya, Bojana, please, if anyone... Or we call for lunch. Or we continue, or we...
We have 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes. We can fill 10 more minutes. So, please, Genti.
Nick, thanks a lot. I mean, indeed, an impulse. I need to turn this on. Thanks for your impulse intervention and for the energy you brought into the stage. Thanks to Tihana. 10 more minutes, which I promise will be everything but not boring. We have labeled it under the agenda as the Western Balkans Knowledge Management Platform. Probably it doesn't ring a bell to anyone because we are going to launch it today. There is an immense work behind of your administrations, of our administrations from the Western Balkans, of our partners in the European Commission, in DigiNear, and of course of the team who has been working with that. The Knowledge Management Platform is a repository, a one-stop shop for governance, for public administration, for best practice, etc. I will not reveal more than that. Ivana Petricevic is over there to speak a bit more about that. She also comes from RESPA, an experienced former public servant who will lead us towards this new creature which we are launching today and which we would like to have it being utilized by all of us.
Thank you, Genti. But since this is the innovation, we're going to start in an innovative way, so let the movie talk for you for the first couple of minutes. Thank you.
Welcome to the Knowledge Management Platform designed for public administration professionals across the Western Balkans. Whether you're a civil servant, policymaker, or expert passionate about governance, this is your space to learn, connect, share, and grow. Stay ahead with valuable learning materials, training, and growth opportunities. Access information on training, check Knowledge Bites videos, and access various materials to learn and grow. Stay informed about the latest advancements in public administration across the region. Explore key strategic, institutional and legislative frameworks, gain insights into ongoing public administration reforms, and discover the support tools and initiatives. Dive into the progress achieved in various clusters across different public administrations in the Western Balkans. Celebrate your achievements and inspire others. Share your success stories and learn from innovative solutions. Engage in meaningful discussions and share insights with colleagues who understand your challenges. Find experts who can provide technical assistance when you need it the most. Join the Knowledge Management Platform today and start sharing your insights. Together, we build a stronger, more dynamic public administration community.
Thank you very much for the video. And I hope that we managed to gain your attention. But before I go into more details, which will be short because Genti is watching at me and he gave me only 10 minutes. First, I would like to say immense thank you to RESPA liaison officers for providing a helping hand, for making it possible that you see what you will see today on your screens and on your mobile phones. And I want to be honest, when I was thinking about how should we present this huge work, they told me don't do it and don't point out to the QR code, but I will still do it. And I will risk that you don't listen to me, but rather scan the QR code and look into the knowledge management platform while I speak, because this is basically why we made it. And rather than only me talking, let's just test if we did a good job or not. I would really like more to engage with you, and I see that I'm not having your attention because you're all looking into the phones, which is perfect. But can you please just try to engage with me and tell me if you could raise a hand if it ever happened to you as the civil servant that you were looking for some strategic document, but it took you kind of 1 hour, 2 hours, and your minister really needed it at the moment. So I see one hand only. Oh, okay. We see it a little bit more. Have you ever had a situation where actually you wanted to see what was the legal option in one of your, let's say, neighboring countries because you actually are thinking about the law? I assume you also had that as well. You see, this is exactly why we wanted to make the knowledge management platform. We know how busy and how difficult and how challenging is the work of what we in RESPA call silent heroes, of the civil servants who shoulder a huge amount of work. And we wanted to actually, as what we usually do, make everything much easier for you. So what we tried to do, we pulled at a single online spot, a place where you can find the different things that can help your daily work. You can go and search in different public administrations in the region. You can go and click on the individual card and very easily find not even the documents, but the links that will give you the overview of relevant institutions, of the relevant strategies, of the relevant legislation in the neighboring administrations. They can serve for you as a kind of a guidance. You will also be able to see what was the RESPA support provided over the last couple of years, but also some interesting things such as the current focus in the public administration reform process in each of the 6 Western Balkan administrations, and something that actually Nick and Tihana mentioned a couple of times. What we find to be important is that we also provided a space for sharing a good practice examples. We want to make sure that you have a single spot where you will be able to easily find these info, not only for the Western Balkan administrations, but also for the EU member states, because this is something that we know for sure is what interests you quite a lot these days, taking into consideration the EU path of the entire Western Balkan. Of course, that we gave our very best to pull together also the relevant publications. We put a thinking into what could be interesting and important for you to have a handy at one space, from the annual reports that the European Commission is publishing, to various declarations, to various RESPA studies and results, so that you will be able to easy access, find what you need, and you don't have to search and let's say, use time for searching, but rather use time to do something concrete with it. Now, you know, for us in RESPA, this aspect of the capacity development and of human resources really at the core of what we are trying to do. This is why this learning corner is something that we consider to be tremendously important. Here, we have 2 sections, and what we try to do is that actually we provide you with the different video-based trainings, with the different briefs, with the knowledge bites, with the PowerPoint presentations used at the events at which you might not be present, and also give you some food for thought. So you can find in a single place the information about the available capacity development events, not only ours, but also of our reliable and very important partners. You can see a College of Europe. As I speak today, 7 of our colleagues from Bosnia are actually attending this very training. There are information on APA trainings. There are also information of the trainings provided by the National Schools of Administration. And this list is going to be updated continuously for you to think, for you to consider, for you also maybe to think about the horizontal facility that RESPA has so that you can attend one of these. If you want to know what your colleagues are getting as a donor support in the different administrations across the regions, you will be able to get here and search through different projects that are supported by the donor funds, including the information on the contacts in the public administration or at the donors, so that you can also exchange the ideas and be in a communication with your peers to understand what worked for them or what did not work. As what I already mentioned, Nick and Tihana already highlighted the importance of the good practices. We tried here on the homepage to pull together the short videos that will show you the best practices. We are all still civil servants, and we know that there are these days when it's not that everything is pinky and perfect. So find a time, go take a look at the good practice examples. You maybe get a good idea, see what works somewhere, what did not work, or what can be done better as the food for thought and the inspiration. But in addition to scanning the code and looking into the knowledge management platform, if you go on the main homepage, you will see option Join Our Community. The entire idea is actually to network, to cooperate, to exchange ideas, and to give you really the platform where you can share your ideas. You can ask for help, you can discuss with your peers, but you can also showcase what is good that you're doing in your administrations. And this is the place that you should really be using the most. There is this closed segment of the platform that is dedicated to the civil servants from the 6 administrations and to the experts who are supporting the process of public administration that are heavily involved in all of these processes. Once when you go to the joint community, you will have the access to the segments of the platform that are for you only. You will be able to join the communities and to be able to discuss in the different communities, fully knowing that this is your safe place to discuss with the colleagues, with the peers. It is also the option that you go and check who are the members of the community. Sorry, I don't have my glasses, which is going to be difficult. And it's only if you are a community member that you will be able to see a limited list of the experts that you can turn to ask for support if you need it in the various stages. I'm not clicking on this button on purpose, because there is a GDPR, and our experts were kind enough to share their private mail address and the photos, and we committed that these are going to be available only to the members of the community once when you join the knowledge management platform. So I apparently failed Genti about 2 minutes, but I really give my very best to try to be as short, as concise. One more time before I close, I would like again to thank to the liaison officers, to wonderful Yasmin who is sitting here today with us, and to all our partners. Please try to understand, this is not a RESPAS platform. This is a place where we try to pull the information from all the partners that we have, but still, I would like to highlight, it is going to be useful for you and it's going to be good for your daily work only if we continue to constantly update what is available on it. Otherwise, it won't have, let's say, too much of a value. This is why I hope that you will download the code. This is why I hope that you will join the community. And this is why I hope that as of tomorrow, we can continue to discuss in these closed community groups that are part of the knowledge management platform. Thank you very much for your attention, and this is the moment that it's officially launched. 12 minutes.
Music, but I can say it in a musical way. Welcome to the knowledge management platform, and welcome now to the lunch break, which will lead us for approximately 60 minutes of break. Let's try to be sharp at 2:30 here. We'll have 2 very interesting guests who will join us online in an impulse intervention from Denmark and from Paris to talk a little bit about innovation. We'll have a different setup. We'll be in a more comfortable and informal, let's say, discussion and setup. Therefore, let's enjoy a well-deserved break and see you at 2:30. Thank you very much. Very well. I mean, let's take a seat and go through this last 1 hour or 60 minutes of a bit more technical discussions and a bit more technical interventions and impulse interventions. And we'll go through some good examples from EU, but also from the Western Balkans, because we also have a lot to tell and a lot to share. We have named these online impulse interventions because the guests who are joining are a bit from beyond the Western Balkans. We have guests from Denmark today and other colleagues joining from Paris, from the OECD. We will talk about innovation and we will see how they deal with innovation. We'll start with an interesting creation, if I can put it so, the Danish Innovation Barometer, which is a very thrilling and interesting tool to measure and to see how innovation is measured in Denmark. But our guest, Len Krogh Jeppesen, she's a leading expert from the Danish National Center for Public-Private Innovation. And to give you a bit of context, Denmark has long been recognized as a front-runner. Well, I wanted just to get your attention. That's why I stopped. Please bear with me because our guests are online and it's good that we are somehow attentive and quiet here in the room. As mentioned, Denmark has long been recognized as a front runner in fostering innovative solutions through strong public-private collaboration. During the keynote intervention earlier before in the morning, but also in the ministerial panel discussion, the public-private partnerships and cooperation was mentioned as one of the main enablers for enhancing and for enabling innovation. Today, Ms. Jeppesen, who is with us online, will present, as mentioned, the Danish Innovation Barometer, a groundbreaking tool that provides insights into how innovation is measured and understood within the public sector. This initiative not only highlights Denmark's commitment to innovation, but also offers valuable lessons for advancing creativity and efficiency in the public sector. Ms. Jeppesen, we look forward to your presentation. We see you very nicely on the screen. Big thanks from Skopje for joining us, and we are all ears to hear to the nice examples that you are bringing in.
Thank you, and I am so sorry that I am in Copenhagen. I really would have loved to join you in Skopje and to have these exchanges that the physical space enables us to have. So hopefully another time I'll have the opportunity to do that. But I'm really grateful and thank you for that very, very fantastic introduction. Feel very, very humble. And I'm just going to get my slides in the proper space. So this should be an okay. You can see the slides now, right?
Yeah, now it's full screen and we see it.
Excellent, perfect. How and why measure public sector innovation? Because we can, and because it matters, because it legitimizes public sector innovation, and because it helps us to bust some myths around public sector innovation. That's the key takeaways I want you guys to have from this. Very, very few words just on what kind of an organization we are. We've been working with public sector innovation since 2014, so this year is our 10th anniversary. And since 2022, we've had this increased focus on public-private innovation. We're owned by the entirety of the Danish public sector, so municipalities, region, and state level, all own us, and we have a board where the two main interest organizations for businesses and also the main collective labor bargaining union is part of it as well. So we span a lot of actors around public sector innovation. We're funded on the Finance Act now, and we are around 23 employees with very different professional backgrounds. We have this dual intertwined purpose. So one is to contribute to increased quality and efficiency in the public sector through innovation and to society's welfare, growth, and prosperity. And that's kind of been our purpose for the entirety of the 10 years. So the important point here is that innovation is not a goal in itself, but it's a mean to having a public sector that works the way we want it to work. And also since 2022, to contribute to society's welfare, growth, and prosperity through several innovative solutions created in public-private collaboration. And that new focus is on creating scale in public-private innovation from the beginning. Very, very, very little about us. Public sector innovation. It's doing something new that provides value. And you can see the definition in the graphics here. There are different types of innovation. It can have different degrees of newness, and it has created one or more types of value. This definition is adapted from the Oslo Manual, and we use it to do this nationwide representative survey on innovation in the public sector. So we send out questionnaires together with Statistics Denmark for public sector workplaces of all kinds. So we send it to the kindergartens and the nursing homes and the hospitals, and not solely to the ministerial level. So we ask in the workplaces. And we basically ask them, have you implemented something like this within the past 2 years? And if they say yes, then we ask them a lot more questions about their latest innovation. In the latest data collection, and we've collected data 4 times, we got answers from 1,611 public sector workplaces, most of them municipal, because that is the largest sector and the smallest workplaces. And why is this interesting? Because then we have data that means that we can bust the myths, we can tell the stories with numbers as well, and not just anecdotes. So because we do this survey, we know that 8 out of 10 public sector workplaces have actually implemented an innovation. 7 out of 10 of those are done in collaboration with others, and around 16% with private companies. We know that the public sector employees and leaders are most often they're the ones who are initiating public sector innovation. So we'll know a lot of nitty-gritty data about public sector innovation, and that helps legitimize it. We're not alone in this, as you can see here. Several other countries have measured like this, and we've created the Copenhagen Manual that helps other countries, maybe you guys want to do it as well, to get started on measuring public sector innovation. And this is a bit of an old slide, so it says planned for 2024, but I'm happy to say that all of them didn't only plan it, but also actually did it. So more and more countries are measuring like this. It becomes interesting because we can, of course, see these numbers with how many, which percentage of public sector workplace have implemented an innovation. I don't think this is interesting as a benchmarking tool, but I think it's interesting to have learning conversations across countries to learn about the differences and what cultural and structural hindrances and sort of preconditions are there that makes these numbers make sense, and what can we learn from each other. So for me, these numbers are a dialogue tool, a place to learn. So it's not easy. I'm not going to say it's easy to measure innovation activity countrywide, but it is possible. And what we can see when we collaborate with others around this is that what you need to do if you want to start measuring is that we have a lot of different answers to these questions. What is the data used for? How do we find the respondents? How do we get them to actually respond? And who needs the data and who will pay for the data collection? That's usually the main things to figure out from the start. And this may sound really boring, but it's actually really interesting conversations to have. Why do we want this data? We use it to tell these stories about how the public sector actually works with innovation, what is actually possible, to legitimize it. That's why we want this data. It could be other purposes in other countries. In Denmark, we have a lot of registers in various agencies, so we can actually pull email addresses, not quite, but at least physical workplace addresses from a database. If you don't have those kind of registers, you need to find the respondents differently. But let us help each other figure out the answers to these questions and learn from each other. These are more links. If you want to know more about this, I've sent you guys the slides, so there is stuff there for you to dig into. We do a lot of publications where we basically base them on these numbers. So we use the numbers to tell stories about public-private collaboration on innovation, innovative procurement, evaluation, spreading of innovation. So the numbers become sort of the backbone structure, and then we share cases, examples, perspectives, but the numbers become the backbone. And this is very legitimizing for public sector innovation. It becomes something that's not fluffy, something that's very concrete, very specific, and very important to have well-functioning societies that deliver the services that the public ones, that the private companies need as well. So that's why you should do it. That was my speedy little talk about why and how to do it. And we do have a newsletter in Danish, but you know, the AI translations are really good by now, so I think you really should sign up for it.
Thank you very much indeed. It was really an impulse intervention. So I mean, for me, that's the definition of impulse: quick, straight to the point, with very nice vision to follow. A quick question from my end, and then if somebody wants to raise, we'll have Lene also for a couple of minutes there on the screen. You mentioned that most of the respondents come from municipal level. Does this mean that innovation in Denmark is mostly happening at the local level rather than in the central one, or there are other factors that makes them apply and respond in a larger numbers?
Well, it's partly a numbers thing. There are more municipal workplaces than there are central workplaces. We do have a very decentralized public sector in Denmark. So that's part of the answer, but fortunately, it doesn't mean that there's nothing happening at state level. It's different kinds of innovation. So the state level does have some supporting structures, and they can create some funds, some initiatives that also further innovation in the entire society. So we see innovation happening at all levels, fortunately.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Anyone from the audience that would like to raise something to Lene, as long as we have her still online? Yeah, Goran.
Thank you, Genti. Thank you, Lene, for this inspiring presentation, like impulse intervention. The innovation as topic is such wide, and I guess it has been mentioning for decades almost, and we have so many academic and also empirical knowledge. What I was attracted with is mentioning something that I could focus back on policy lab, living lab concepts, or anything that deals with experimentation and actually structured approach. I have an impression that maybe in some Western models we can have it structured and installed in the system. However, globally, this is done mostly by the private sector or in a PPP manner. What do you think about that concept? Should it be something that our governance for the future should look at in a more structured way in order to have empirical knowledge and to have something that we can structurally generate from, by this leaving the space for error culture and also inspiring the people to actually be invited constantly, not randomly, and to have these type of awards as widespread all over the world? Thank you.
Excellent question. Yeah, it's been going on for decades. It's been close to 15 years since I first became part of an innovation unit at ministerial level in Denmark. It's a tough. There's so much happening, right? So when I go out to a municipality, or if it's a state agency or a regional level, sometimes I never give a presentation without the innovation barometer. And I never give a presentation without starting with the definition on public sector innovation. And then I ask people, have you done something that matches this definition, like we ask in the questionnaire? And then often people will be like, oh, yeah, wait, yeah, I've actually done that. So I think in Denmark, at least, a lot of the activities and actions around innovation have become embedded, and maybe so embedded locally that we've lost the language around them, which I usually don't care about as long as people are doing it. But now that we have to deal with wicked problems as well and need to do more radical innovation, I think we need the language back. So that's part of it, is that I think, at least in Denmark and the Nordic countries, there's a little bit of myth busting as to whether innovation is only happening in private companies or in public-private collaborations. The other part of it, should we do more to structurally support it? Absolutely. Because there's something to legitimizing this way of working. Innovation shouldn't be something that you're doing like all the time, necessarily. There was a leader that I had in one of our webinars, and he was like, he told in this session, he used to be a CEO of a very innovative, actually, municipality in Denmark. And he said he used to think that innovation was something for like the specially selected people. And he was like, it's not. It's a special way of working that everybody needs to be able to do when it is needed. So I think there's something to supporting that mindset, that sometimes we need to basically just, write the brief, get the decision done in a very, I want to say, like new public management matter way of doing it. And sometimes we need to do something else. And we need structures, I want to say in Denmark as well, also at state level, at central level, that supports this way of thinking. There was a fund in Denmark a couple of years ago. It was sort of in the health and elderly care. And the fund that the state level ran had specifically words on innovation in the brief, in the call for projects. And there's been so much innovation happening from this not huge amounts of money, but like 29 out of the 98 municipalities were somehow involved in this. And you can just see the mind shift in parts of the agency, in the municipalities. There was a real boost for innovation. So yeah, I think more structural support for this, definitely. Be it awards, be it how we do calls for projects, what mandates we give. Will we be better at failure in the public sector? I don't think so. There's so much transparency. There's lots of mistakes and errors happening in the private sector. We don't hear about them because there's no transparency, not in the same degree. But I think we can get better at dealing when the mistakes occur. How do we deal with them? So absolutely, there's lessons to be learned there. But some of the parts of the public sector, we're responsible for people not dying. We need to also, in certain areas, be certain that errors aren't made. So there's always some dilemmas around this fear of failure in the public sector. That's, I think, is very much more nitty-gritty than we sometimes make it out to be.
Thank you very much indeed for your response, and I think that really exhausts the question of made here from Skopje. Len, million thanks for your intervention and for your insights. Since we committed this morning through our ministers that we'll be working as a region more on innovation, I really hope we'll see you again in some future events, why not in person. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye-bye. Very well. Earlier today, our ministers, among others, mentioned also the OECD Observatory of Public Sector Innovation, the OECD OPSI, which is well known among some of us, especially with those who deal with innovation in public service. Our good friends and partners at the OECD OPSI, Bruno Monteiro and Kenjiro Taniguchi, are online again with us. They will lead and they will tell us more about their knowledge and their experience and their tools in fostering innovation within governments worldwide. The session is titled Harnessing Innovation for Agile Public Services, Lessons from Global Best Practices, and they will provide insights into how innovation can drive transformation within the public services. I hope we'll have them online and they will be sharing their presentation. So it should be Bruno and Kenjiro. Okay, they are already sharing.
Thank you so
maybe
much
we see.
for-
All right, Bruno is over there. Hello, yes. We see you, but I hope now we'll also hear you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a true privilege to be here with you to share the work we have been doing and hopefully also to learn to the initiatives we have been promoting in the Western Balkans. Thanks to our colleagues from the OECD, in particular from Sigma, we are very aware of the work that you have been pursuing. And we really believe that the initiative from HESPA is very much welcome. I will call it turning point for the innovation in public services that we are witnessing for the whole region. Besides that, I am very privileged and it's a true honor to share the panel and the screen with some of my colleagues. You heard already Lene from Denmark. I noticed that we have also some colleagues from the European Commission. We have our colleague from France, Mayara. I noticed that she will be joining. So I really believe you have gathered some of the interesting colleagues that are pursuing very useful initiatives that I hope will also be interesting for you to consider and to develop and adapt to your own context. So as it was explained, my name is Bruno Monteiro. I'm policy analyst at the OECD, where I'm currently the innovation lead in public services. And for today, I have with me my colleague Kenjiro Taniguchi. He can present himself in more detail later because we have divided the presentation between the two of us. So in the next slide, you can see that innovation in public services is not an option that we could afford to ignore. Public services are the main ways through which people interact with governments. These junction points are critical to explain how public policies could achieve impact and could produce good results, because it's there in that moment that they turn into practice. Of course, when we are designing and delivering public services, adopting a human-centric public service will be important because it will ensure that the policies that we are putting in motion are targeting the real needs and the real expectations of people, They are not being developed from inside out, but they are taking into consideration the societal challenges and changes that surround us, such as, for instance, new lifestyles and behaviors, disruptive technological change, or, for instance, demographic trends. All of these changes call for us to use and to leverage innovation as an opportunity to stay in tune with existing needs, but probably equally important, to try to take a proactive stance and try to anticipate some of these challenges, some of these opportunities, and instead of being simply reactive, start now preparing a better public administration for the future. And I really believe today is the day to celebrate, because this ministerial declaration that has been approved is precisely the kind of instruments that can pave the way for a future that has better policies and a better public administration. So congratulations to this new tool that you will have in mind, that you will have approved in the Western Balkans. I really believe that high-level commitment is key to ensure that public sector innovation go beyond buzzwords and truly penetrates the core functions of government and changes public services. At the OECD, as you will see in the next slide, we have been conducting the trust survey, and the trust survey reveals some very interesting elements that I really want to point to you. You can explore in detail the report, of course, later, but for now, I just want to point that it is demonstrated that increasing the agility and increasing the accessibility of public services directly impacts the trust people have on governments. And as you can see on the next slide, this is so true that citizens themselves, they expect that the use of innovation in public services will improve public services. So what we see is that there is not just an opportunity for the use of innovation because it will improve the trust, but citizens themselves, they expect governments to use innovation for that purpose. So I really think we have this double mandate, the mandate of effectiveness and efficiency, but also the mandate of our populations to invest and to strategize in a very intentional way the use of innovation for this area. In the next slide, we see that innovation in public services has been approached in many different ways. One of them, of course, is to strengthen the strategic vision and improve the governance of innovation. A second one, of course, is to ensure public administration has access to reusable methodologies, to relevant insights, to knowledge that can be applied and transformed into action. But also, it is important to take care of the capabilities and the capacity that we need to nurture in our public administrations. So even if we are now struggling, if we are coping with important challenges, that do not mean this is a destiny. We can create conditions to address those challenges and to change the way we are operating. And my next slide will show that to that kind of intervention, the OECD has just published, as you are probably aware, a recommendation on human-centered public administrative services. A recommendation, as you know, is an instrument that provides a standard. That means reference points that you can use to navigate in the human centricity in public services, but it also provides you with the direction. That means it indicates and points to areas of opportunity, to levers that governments can use for building a relevant strategic vision that is transversal to the whole government, or for instance, to build core foundations, including a digital infrastructure, including skills and competencies, or to use this instrument to improve the seamlessness, the proactiveness, and the accessibility of services. That means making services that are centered on users, making services that lower as much as possible the burden placed on businesses and people alike, and of course, services that can better use the data, the elements that government is already collecting to provide improved, better quality services to users. Of course, and I think Len has made a very good point out of the measurement of innovation, this can be also translated to the measurement of public services. We measure services not just to provide a ranking or just to find a number. We use measurement to instigate the continuous engagement and the continuous improvement of services. And this recommendation is out there for you to read, to use, to consult, and of course to hopefully to translate into actions in your own context. Based on this recommendation, the Observatory of Public Sector Innovation has been conducting some, I will call it in-depth research on the global trends on innovation in public services. So we have gathered, thanks to the submissions of 83 countries, almost 800 examples of innovation in public service. We take a closer look and we try to identify what are the emerging trends that show promising avenues that governments have been following to deliver value, to improve the impact in public services. And we have seen that governments are supporting future-oriented and co-designed public services. That means services are not just designed by, I will call it, officers in the government, but they are designed together with stakeholders of the ecosystem and in particular with users. At the same time, we see that services are not just designed for today, because if we are trying to address just today's needs, as soon as we have a solution, it risks to be outdated already. So we need to take a proactive, looking forward perspective and try to anticipate some of the needs. I will provide some examples later. In the second point, we see that governments are leveraging emerging technology to speed up and to boost the infrastructure they are using. Automation, generative artificial intelligence, for instance, are in technologies that are being used to improve the efficiency of public services. Governments can also take and are also taking advantage of the opportunities to build customizable and personalizable public services. They're trying to address the needs that specific profiles of use and that specific segments of the population have, and they are building these services in a way they are adaptable and they are inclusive. Data and data availability is also being used to improve better decision making. So it is not just about measuring at the end of the process to close the process. It's about measuring with the view of using those insights to provide, I will say, changes in the direction, making decisions about investments, and I will say target the right needs when they are emerging at the very moment they appear in our services. And finally, in the fifth trend, this is a very original trend, is that governments are taking advantage that services are spaces where users, citizens are in constant contact with them, and they are really taking advantage of this circumstance to build public services as collaborative and democratic spaces. That means spaces where rights can be upheld, where citizens can participate and contribute to make decisions. And as you will see in the next slide, our report was not so much about providing high-level trends as to illustrate those trends on very concrete examples. For instance, in Norway, they are using foresight techniques to anticipate the needs in the immigration services. So taking into consideration geopolitical situation or demographic changes, they try to anticipate what are going to be the next waves of immigration they have to cope with. Or for instance, in Portugal, when the use of automation technologies is making possible to make proactive contacts as soon as a baby is born. So a baby is born and you do not need to apply for social benefits. As soon as you register the baby, the government sends automatically to your mobile phone a message with an indication of the value of the benefit. You just need to confirm it. And if everything is okay, you will start receiving the benefits automatically. You don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to spend time. You don't need to deal with unnecessary paperwork. We can also see that this personalization of services that I mentioned is very important for the United States, where they have, for instance, reorganized services so they can provide assistance to people that go through natural catastrophes. So, as we know, unfortunately, when there is a natural catastrophe, people need to deal with many, many different public services. And in a moment where they are very vulnerable, they do not sometimes have access to documentation, to equipment. So the government has created this service based on a life experience where you can, in a just single point of interaction, deal with all the services at the same time, sparing time, and of course, ensuring that you are protected in this vulnerable moment. The use of data is something that I mentioned is a trend. And for instance, in the United Kingdom, this has translated in the use of the Internet of Things. That means sensors that are distributed on urban areas to monitor, for instance, the trash that is being accumulated in the streets and to optimize the way those streets are being cleaned, for instance. And an example that I believe our French colleagues know very well, in France, this idea of an augmented public service has meant that some public services are being co-designed and co-ideated together with citizens and civil society organizations alike. So they bring citizens and civil societies organizations on board, and this is an opportunity to design better fitted public services. And finally, I will thank you for your attention and hand it over to my colleague Kenjiro Taniguchi that will close our presentation with very concrete examples of the work we are actually now doing. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bruno. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm really honored to be part of this amazing conference. My name is Kenjiro Taniguchi. I'm a policy analyst here at OECD Observatory of Public Sector Innovation. And I noticed that we are running out of time, so I would quickly introduce 3 projects that we are running under the umbrella of innovation in public services. So the first project is called Minds, which we are working with Brazil. The key question here is how can we empower public organizations to adopt innovative approach when designing public services? And our approach is to provide a do-it-yourself type of tool, a practical, accessible framework that people can use when designing a service. We take a human-centered approach to develop this tool. So we co-design this tool together with key stakeholders. We emphasize user-driven prototyping, and we focus on piloting the tool in the real context. And the outcome of this project is a usable and actionable instrument with framework that promotes and supports innovation. The second project is called Matrix for Innovation in Public Services, which we are working with Portugal. This project is about creating an instrument for monitoring public services. As you know, and in the previous presentation as well, effective monitoring is essential to enhance performance and generate value for citizens. And in that sense, strengthening the ability to produce and access robust, up-to-date data and information is essential. So for this goal, we start by reviewing what we actually need to monitor public services. Then we co-create the monitoring instruments together with the community and prototype the tool through piloting in the real context, which of course ensures its effectiveness in the real world. So the outcome of this project includes a framework and methodology for monitoring innovation in public services and a data-driven tool that enables ongoing monitoring with accurate and timely information. And the last project is a project we are working with Armenia to build capacity in designing and delivering public service with human-centered approach. We have 10 municipalities joining the project, each of them bringing their own challenges in their community. So it is not just on-the-desk type of training, it's more about the learning by doing type of training with real challenges on the ground. And what we're going to achieve from this project goes beyond the redesigning of the services or the capacity of human-centered approach, of course, which is very important, but we are creating a reusable training package which can be used all over the world when delivering a training program of designing public services. So to wrap up or moving forward, here are 5 key principles for driving innovation in public services, which are also emphasized in the recommendation on human-centered public services that Bruno mentioned. So first, we must work with citizens, not only for citizens. So we must embrace human-centered design approach for co-creation and co-delivery. Second, it is really essential to test before implementing And prototyping can ensure its effectiveness before investing heavily on the solution. And third, we must focus on people, not pixels. Of course, technology and digital is really important tool, but it must be guided by ethics, transparency, and sustainability. Also, we need to prioritize value creation by continuously assessing and evaluating the impact and effectiveness. And finally, it is essential to foster ecosystem-wide collaboration, bringing together diverse stakeholders to create lasting change. And we believe that these outputs from the 3 projects that we're running can bring about a strong tool to apply these 5 principles on the ground. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you to both of you, Bruno and Kenjiro, for this insightful information. I mean, beside the projects in various countries, super great to hear, but Bruno, what resonates as of the first slides, this connection between trust of citizens and innovation. It was like a logical connection between the two, and this is the main takeaway. We hope we'll still have you on the screen. Maybe we come back with a round of questions only very few minutes later, because now I will invite on the stage some public servants from the Western Balkans. We also have something to show. Jonaid Muzuri is the head of Public Procurement Commission in Albania, Zorana Popovic, Ministry of Public Administration in Montenegro, and Miroslav, if he will join, I don't know yet, from North Macedonia Ministry of Digital Transformation, Miroslav Grozdanovski. We'll also have 2 more guests online. Please, Jonaid, take a seat. We'll drive 5 minutes quick intervention from our public servants in the region. So Zorana, please. Well, I'll start with you, Jonaid. You represent the Albanian Public Procurement Commission, which is like a court, let's say, for any public procurement procedure that goes wrong or people think is wrong. So you decide how this should be dealt. In other words, you work based on complaints you receive. And you have innovated the complaining procedure in Albania. I will give you a few minutes. I mean, I would give you more than few, but I know you have a plane to catch. So the floor is yours, and I'll stop here. And on the screen, we'll see the complaining model, how it works. And I'll move. Yeah. Take it, yeah.
Super. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here today and to represent Public Procurement Commission, and on behalf of Public Procurement Commission and on my own behalf, I extend my gratitude towards RESPA and Sigma OECD for this amazing event and for recognition us with the second time in a row with our award regards increasing transparency and public trust in public administration. When we discuss about public procurement, there are doubts, and when we discuss about public procurement in Western Balkans, the doubts are double. So we are Public Procurement Commission of Albania. We are the highest independent institution that review complaints, not only for public procurement procedure, but as well for procurement in fields of defense and security, concession and PPPs, mining permits, and actions. So we are 5 members elected by Albanian Parliament and for a 5-year term mandate. What we do is exactly, we review complaints when one economic operators or interested economic operators make a complaint for procurement procedures in Albania. Years ago, Albania, it was one of the first governments around the world that make it mandatory to make it e-procurement system, but the complaint was out of the chain. So it means that one economic operator, just to make a complaint, just think about it. He needs to make a complaint and he needs to come from the northern side of Albania, just come to Tirana, come to our office, submit a paper, go to the bank, do the payment, then go back to our office, then go back to their headquarters and to the contracting authority quarters, just to submit a paper. Just saying this, it's a lot of stress. Imagine doing this. And in the middle of a pandemic, we started the digitalization process. And together with National Agency of Society Information, we thought about, okay, it's now the momentum to use this phase to start thinking about how to shift from analog to digital. And what we have seen in this innovation process, it was that it was not the technology the main problem. The main problem was the mindset. What we have done during this period is that, together with the amazing Public Procurement Commission staff, we have established our e-appeal system. It means that translated into the digital tasks, all the tasks prescribed by the law for all the duties, for contracting authorities, economic operators, for Public Procurement Commission itself. And this was the first phase of the project, and for this phase, we are very honored that we received an award 2 years ago, exactly 27 September of 2022 for the e-appeal system. And then we thought, okay, digitalization is good. Transparency is very important because we are discussing about public money and we need to be open and to be transparent. Being open and transparent, not everybody will be happy, but we know that this is the only direction for us. So together with Open Contracting Partnership, an NGO based on Washington, their focus is transparency in procurement, we start thinking, how about, we know that there are around the world different standardization for publishing data for procurement, but are there any standardization for publishing data for procurement review bodies? The answer was no. So we have a big challenge. Let's do it. Let's create our annex of OCDS, Open Contract Data Standard, to publish data regarding the remedy system. And let's see the effect. So regarding the effect of digitalization, we know at the beginning that it will be a huge tornado there, that everything will change, the mindset and the share and all the stakeholders' behavioral, but we didn't know the real impact. And if we see, for example, I'm not talking about the last 2 or 3 years, the effect, but only this year, and only the first 9 months of this year, January to September. So January to September, we received more than 700 complaints, 739 complaints online out of 838. Last year, all the year, we received only 866 complaints, but this year we are more than 1,000. Why? Because business, economic operators from the region and from the Albania trust the digital solution to make a complaint. And out of that, there are more than 269 unique economic operators. They make a complaint for more than 213 contracting authorities. And in a market, when procurement is seen as a market ruled by men, more than 25% of them are the business that are led by women. So digitalization also has increased the access of all these stakeholders in procurement market. And receiving the way of how digitalization has changed the stakeholder behavioral, we have seen that the first digitalization and this innovation has saved a lot of money to economic operators and to contracting authorities. Think about it, only in 9 months, we have saved 137,000 kilometers of road around Albania just to submit a single paper. We have saved more than 55,000 pages submitted in paper-based just 2 years ago, but now online, and more than 31 tons of dioxide of carbon, but calculated through the AI, that we have reduced it to the atmosphere. And what we have seen is that even that there are around 1,000 complaints, there are 600,000 clicks on our website. So it means that the power of digitalization is beyond the economic operators that make a complaint. It has increased the public trust to see what is happening as well in the remedy system. And if we stay a little bit to transparency, I need to highlight that being open and transparent, you should be also to all the stakeholders, and also to all the groups. So in the beginning, and we are very honored that we are one of the first, let's say, the governmental institution that has implemented a special tool for people with visual impairment. So we have more than 600 persons that use our special tool every day, lawyers, economists, the business that they have problems, they have visual impairments problems, so they use it to take the information. The power information is very important, especially in public procurement. And what we have seen is that, yes, digitalization and innovation in procurement is, of course, in the world when everything is changing, what Mark Zuckerberg said, that the only risk that we have is not to take any risks. So we know at the beginning that maybe there are some risks, there are some doubts, but yes, It has been very, very effective, and we have seen how it has been changed the stakeholders' behavior. And this is one of the reforms, and we combine it also with the legal reform. So, okay, we, by the mistakes that we have found in public procurement procedures, because we know and we really believe that there are more mistakes than corruption in procurement, because a person who made mistake is different than a person who made a corruption. But what can the technology facilitate and help contracting authorities, economic operators in reducing doing the same mistake twice? Yes. So first, we have been in close collaboration with the Albanian government, the Albanian parliament. We are very honored that they heard the voice of an independent institution, and public procurement law in Albania has been amended. So it means that we are working now, as the Minister Pierdeni in the morning panel highlighted, using AI in public procurement procedures for a closed cycle, from the beginning, from preparation to the end of the process. And this is our, let's say, next goal, next goal, exactly. And currently right now, we are working with OCP to establish new application, Clarity app, to help economic operator and contracting authorities to see the similarities of the decision of PPC of the last 10 years in a row, to see using AI by entering the disqualification reason or criteria, and they to take the response from the AI. All of that, as I mentioned at the beginning, we combined with the legal reform. For the first time in the 15 years of our establishment of the institution, we approved 2 legal manuals. Not just technical manuals, how to use the system, but 2 legal manuals for businesses and contracting authorities, how to make a complaint and how to review a complaint. And yes, we now receive, till now, 400 complaints more than the last year, because we reduced the administrative burdens, and we simplified the procedure, and yeah, everything is there, and everyone can have the full access of the remedy system. This is just in short.
No, but the slide explains everything. What you save, what you achieve, the number of clicks, which is going to the rocket skying, etc. And going back to what Bruno said, transparency and trust go hand in hand with innovation. I think that's a perfect follow-up of what he explained.
It's exactly what maybe the slides does not say is that what Walt Disney said, that you can dream, create, establish, build wonderful places, but you cannot do anything without the people, and you cannot make the dream a reality. So all of this is the tribute to all the staff of Public Procurement Commission. Some of them are here, and more than 40 of them are working hard every day to change the remedy system in Albania and to make a better procurement market. Procurement is not just a tool, it's a tool that defines our future. How we procure today, it will help the next generation, and we know that we know this in our everyday work. And we are very honored that it's very inspiring that international organization, Sigma, RESPA, and others recognize some good innovations in the Western Balkans. This is not a privilege, but this is a hard task to keep the same level of providing the services to the citizens and to learn by the others. So thank you very much for having us here.
Thank you for risking to miss your plane, so you are excused. This was great. It's a takeaway. We'll share this with all the paper and the documents of this the conference. You are excused to proceed with your next plans. Thank you very much. I promise to Bruno and Kenjiro, if they are still there, that I will come back to them. I will start with. And maybe we don't need this slide because it's not exactly corrected. Bruno, are you still there?
Yes, we are both here. So
yeah,
we follow.
Bruno, I can maybe others would like also to jump in, but we talked a bit this morning about the Estonian example and how they are doing good in terms of innovating public services, etc. But you zoom out from Europe maybe. Can you in brief give 1 or 2 administrations or countries that really do good in terms of innovating public services, of innovating in general the policies and government-related matters, or we don't find better examples elsewhere if it's not EU?
Well, first of all, I want to highlight that for some reason in the Trends report, we have received contributions from 83 countries. Those countries come from all continents except for Antarctica, for obvious reasons. So that really means that innovation in public services is a transversal movement across the globe. And something that I really want to highlight is that while indeed in the European Union, countries benefit from strong regulatory support, a strong direction provided by the leadership, I will say a very well-connected ecosystem, I will say a series of enablers that the European Commission, for instance, has been providing to support reforms and transformation of public services. We also see that other countries are promoting, I will say, outstanding examples of innovation in public services. I will just give you a couple of examples. Among the countries with the largest number of submissions to this call for innovations, we see Indonesia and we see Brazil. For obvious reasons, we are talking about very big economies, very big countries. We would expect this to happen. But what is interesting is that we see that innovation can take many forms, adapted to each context, and that human centricity means focusing on the needs and expectations of people. And that can happen at any level of government in many different contexts. So if that is the case, some of these examples, very sophisticated examples that we show, should act as inspiration, but they should not limit the range of options that you could take to bring value to your community and to bring value to your context. Innovation is making things better and generating value. It's not just about using, for instance, sophisticated technologies. I think Kenjiro has highlighted very well some of the key elements that innovation public services should have. So I will say, to answer your question, yes, it is true in the European Union, countries benefit from a favorable environment to support the transformation of public services, but we see public services innovating across the globe and taking many different shapes. Some of the examples, for instance, that we are seeing about inclusive public services, for instance, with simultaneous translation to sign language, are coming from the Western Balkans. And that, I will stop here because I want this to be an invitation for you to take a look at the report as soon as it is published. I don't know, Kenjiro, if you want to add any elements to this, because Kenjiro knows very well other latitudes than the European one. Kenjiro.
Yeah, thank you. I think, yeah, of course, as Bruno said, European countries are really, benefiting from a lot of, initiatives around the world. But as me being from Asia and from Japan, there have been a lot of initiatives around the public sector innovation. The only thing that probably be mentioned by Elena as well is about the terminology. So if we call innovation, that would, have a bit of different, image or the perception of the word. So even if it's not called public sector innovation or the initiative of innovation, I do believe that there are actually a lot of intervention which can be called innovation, and that's, I think, a lot of area that we can work on to, investigate more.
Big thanks to both of you for the time and for connecting from far away. I know that you are in parallel in other engagements, therefore it's much appreciated. And indeed, we hope next time to work closer with you, to bring our administration closer to the OECD mission, especially related to innovation topic. Thanks a lot, Bruno. Thanks a lot, Kenjiro, for this input.
Thank you very much.
And we are moving from Paris to Brussels, again virtually, where we are speaking now with DG Reform of the European Commission. Mina Shoylekova is there to conversate this afternoon with us. Probably you know DigiReform is a key driver in the European Commission in advancing public administration reform and innovation among EU member states. DigiReform is managing the TSI instrument, the technical support instrument, which also provides technical advice and technical support to EU member state administrations on a different range of topics, including innovation. Mina, I hope you are there. Yes, you are there. We clearly see you. You will also address briefly our audience on what is the focus of DigiReform and maybe some flavor of the TSIs that you have been implementing and supporting specific member states in their innovation path, let's say.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to join this event and to share some of our experience with you. But maybe before we begin, I'd like to invite the participants to think of one person who inspires you, a role model for change in public administration. It could be someone that you personally know or someone you read about, someone who represents a driver to make change. Just take a few seconds for that. I hope that you could have such an example in your mind. And with that, I'd actually like to share a story that inspires me. It's the story of a civil servant in Iceland, and that's the story of Bragi Gudbrandsson, who in the 90s was working in the local social services, and there he encountered a significant challenge. He was working with children who were victims of violence, and what he experienced in his work is that these children were facing a very long process, visiting multiple institutions for investigations, for medical exams, for interviews. This process sometimes stretched over months or even years, forcing the children to relive their trauma repeatedly. So Bragi was really determined to find a solution to this situation, which he found as deeply harmful for the children. And he reimagined the system, creating what we know today as the Barnahus, or the House for Children. What he did was practically to bring all the services under one roof in a child-friendly environment. What he achieved with that was to reduce the repeated distress, to make justice for children much more efficient, and to provide timely care to them. It did not just help children get justice, but it gave them also the chance to heal and to thrive. So now, several decades later, his idea, his example is actually applied in more than 20 countries. The Council of Europe and the United Nations have recognized this model as the gold standard for child-centered justice. And I'm really proud that the European Commission, through the technical support instrument that you mentioned, has already been helping countries like Ireland, Spain, Finland, Croatia, and Slovenia to build such houses for children across the countries and really strengthen the justice for children. Now, what I like to stress here is that Bragi's story highlights 4 key lessons. First of all, innovation starts with people. And civil servants like Bragi are the ones that drive innovation, the engines of transformation, and they are the ones who make the real difference happen. The second lesson is that collaboration is essential. Bragi demonstrated an exceptional leadership and imagination, but at the same time he was successful only because he worked with a team of like-minded civil servants across all departments and agencies, and that the other people also shared his vision. The third lesson is that people-centered services really matter, and Barnahus shows that upholding the law is not enough to meet people's needs. It's really important in what way we put people, especially the most vulnerable one, at the heart of our process, of how we work. And then the fourth lesson that I'd like to emphasize is that knowledge of transfer is extremely powerful. Bragi's idea was inspired by American practice, and his example in turn has inspired a whole movement across Europe, the Barnahus movement. And currently this model is actually underpinned by established quality standards, emphasizing on interagency collaboration, inclusiveness, the importance of capacity building, prevention and awareness raising. We in the Commission subscribe strongly to all these lessons, and I'd like to give you just a few examples of how we try to put those in practice. To empower civil servants, we work now with 9 member states to develop surveys that measure staff engagement and motivation. And these surveys will provide managers with important insights that will help them create an environment that allows staff to be proactive, to seek solutions, and to act on them. And to nudge further innovation culture, we are working also with countries like Latvia, Bulgaria, Romania, and Ireland to help them innovate, to develop innovation strategies and to insert capacity building for innovation in their training programs. To stimulate collaboration, we have launched the Public Administration Cooperation and Exchange Flagship, what we refer to as PACE. And since 2023, we have facilitated already about 80 exchanges with more than 300 civil servants from more than 21 countries across Europe. These exchanges cover all sorts of topics. The biggest emphasis is, of course, on digital transformation, AI, innovation in public procurement. The most popular ones are in the area of human resources management. And participants describe PACE as a golden opportunity to learn from peers, to enhance critical skills, to build lasting relationships for impactful change. And we really hope that PACE will grow in the future into a real Erasmus for civil servants. Then on the 4th lesson, to promote user-centered services, we provide technical assistance to member states to improve their services through live events, to remove bottlenecks in applying the once-only principle, to develop seamless cross-border services. Another inspiring example that I'd like to mention is another multi-country project that we have now with 10 EU countries and also with the OECD to develop a tool for measuring user satisfaction with key services. This will be also underpinning the implementation of the European Single Digital Gateway. And the use of this citizen feedback will help administrations to redesign services and to strengthen their quality management. Then to foster knowledge transfer, we are currently updating the Quality for Public Administration Toolbox for Practitioners. This was published in 2015 as a first book. Now we are trying to transform this into a live online tool for mutual learning, and it should be alive online early next year. All our work is guided by the Compact. This is the first Commission communication on enhancing the European administrative space, and its aim is high-quality public administration across the EU that shapes our long-term competitiveness and delivers on the legitimate expectations of people and businesses. And as Mario Draghi pinpointed recently, Europe is lagging behind other major economies. So increasing public sector productivity is in fact a big potential to unleashing competitiveness and growth. We need public sector innovation on one hand to meet the raising expectations. It was mentioned on many occasions that we should be user-centric, but at the same time, currently about half of Europeans expect our administrations to be less bureaucratic, still faster, and to be even more accessible to people. Then we need innovation to promote sustainable prosperity and competitiveness. We estimated that if we just cut red tape in the basic administrative services, this could save about 2 billion a year to the European business. Then on building trust, Bruno was mentioning what's the link between trust and innovation, or the other way around, innovation, how it builds trusts. We see that trust is eroding in many parts of Europe, in the world, but also in the EU. And then to lead in the green and digital transition, one of our big priorities is by 2030 to have 100% of key basics public services online, and to have about 75% of EU companies using AI. We are currently at around 80% achievement for services and only 11 for AI, so there is still a very long way to go. Now, to accelerate transformation towards digital public administration and also to avoid what we call digitalization of bureaucracy, we are partnering currently with countries like France, Belgium, and Romania to identify digital skills for the future in public administration, to explore how future job profiles will be redefined as a result of digital transformation, and also to see what learning paths for civil servants will be meaningful. Further, in relation to AI, we collaborate with the Dutch authorities to setting the standard for AI supervision in public administration, and we hope that this will help the AI deployment in line with the EU Act. So these are just a few examples. With hundreds of thousands of public administrations across the EU facing similar challenges, in fact, we have a vast real-life testing ground for innovation. And through Compact and the technical support instrument, we really want to enable public administrations to learn fast and to leverage their own experience, but also that of their peers to accelerate innovation and transformation. We are also thinking about the enlargement countries, and we'd like to make you part of this experience sharing and to help you speed up your administrative transformation. So we have opened up the TSI, and we involve enlargement countries as observers in TSI projects. You can benefit from this opportunity and from the knowledge and practices that we promote, and I believe that we can follow the steps of our innovation role models to build faster, smarter, and more inclusive public administrations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mina, for the insights and for bringing us a bit maybe of the huge work that you are doing back there in DG Reform, and for walking us through, let's say, TSI examples supporting innovation, but also PACE or PACE, the Public Administration Cooperation Exchange, which are all under the Compact umbrella, let's say, of the Commission. Notions and initiatives which are quite familiar in the community of public administrators here in the Western Balkans. And indeed, thanks for also having a door opened for the region to attend and to participate even as an observer capacity to PACE and TSI. Recently, RESPA supported involvement of public servants in a PACE initiative led by France, mostly on human resource management, as you mentioned earlier, etc. But I think that it's also a plea of ministers panel this morning for more convergence and more engagement under the so-called progressive integration or accelerated integration of the Western Balkans to EU. So let's hope that this will be also more featured in the period to come. Thanks a lot for your contribution. Greetings from Skopje, and let's hope that soon we might also meet in person.
With pleasure, yeah, thank you.
Good, we are moving back here with Zorana. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Zorana, but you are a friend of RESPA, a friend of us. You are our liaison officer.
It's like a home for me.
Focal point of RESPA in Montenegro. You come from the Ministry of Public Administration. We wanted something to see and to show also to other peers. For me, it was unknown. I was nicely surprised when I saw it. It's a I don't know, a system, a platform, whatever we can, a visualization of number of public servants in real time in Montenegro, which is updated in a quarterly basis. Yeah. Can you tell us more, and maybe we see but you will tell us more. I'll move on the corner so that people can see how this visualization works and what is this.
And I forget, did anyone told you that I will speak in Montenegrin on this panel? So you can help yourself with that phone, if you want. Yeah. Broj zaposlenih u javnoj upravi. Pretpostavljam da je to pitanje nekako interesantno i u vašim administracijama. Kod nas je jako bilo interesantno i diskutovano posljednjih nekoliko godina, odnosno od kako ja radim u javnoj upravi, već 9 godina, glavno pitanje je bilo koji je broj zaposlenih u javnoj upravi. I ovo nije prvi put i prvi pokušaj vlade Crne Gore da te podatke zapravo učini dostupnim javnosti. i da ih objavi. Bilo je nekoliko projekata u prošlosti koji su trajali godinama, bili prilično obimni izvještaj gdje se na kvartalnoj bazi, gdje su prikazivani izvještaj o broju zaposlenih, fluktuacije i tako dalje. Međutim, nijedan od tih projekata zapravo nije na pravi način ispunio očekivanja javnosti, jer svi su bili zainteresovani, i evropske institucije, i međunarodne organizacije, civilni sektor i tako dalje. I uvijek je bilo nekih pritužbi ili nezadovoljstva, bilo na račun metodologije, prikupljanja podataka, obračuna, frekventnosti, objavljivanja i tako dalje. Tako da, posle svih tih pokušaja, ovog puta pristupili smo tom problemu na malo drugačiji način. Odlučili smo da zaista ispunimo očekivanja javnosti, odnosno da prikažemo podatke onako kako se traži od nas, na jedan transparentan, jasan, vidljiv i lako dostupan način. Tako da ovdje imamo vizualizaciju. Ja ću se truditi, pošto vidim da ste svi umorni, da vam u što kraćim crtama ovo izložim. Srećom imamo i sliku, a slika govori više od 1000 riječi, mada ću vas isto sa pokojom riječju nagraditi. Ovdje je prosto prikazan broj zaposlenih ovdje po kvartalima. Počeli smo od novembra 2023. da sprovodimo ovaj projekat, odnosno da prikazujemo na sajtu, na glavnoj strani Vladinog sajta je prikazana ova vizualizacija i zapravo na sajtovima mnogih institucija imamo na brzim linkovima postoji linka o ovom broju zaposlenih. Kvartalno se objavljuju podaci i kako prolazite mišom preko ovih kolonica, vidite koji je broj zaposlenih bio u tom kvartalu. Vidite, neke od ovih kolonica imaju nekoliko desetina hiljada zaposlenih, ali ovo je zato što se radi o zbirnim podacima. Dakle, to zaista nije takav broj, zato je sve jasno, veoma jasno objašnjeno i sve je prosto napisano na samom sajtu, jer se radi o prikazu zaposlenih na centralnom nivou svih sektora, odnosno obuhvati onakav kakav ga je vidjela i propisala strategija reforme javne uprave koja je aktualna. Dakle, tu su i sektori koji su zaista, broje dosta zaposlenih, prosvete i nauka, zdravstvo, pravosuđe i tako dalje, ali pošto je prikazano sektorski, veoma lako se može vidjeti i koji je to broj, to je najčešće i nekako i najinteresantnije javnosti, koji je to broj zaposlenih u državnim organima, organima državne uprave, imamo ministarstvo, organi u sastavu ministarstava i tako dalje. Da, tehnološki, tehnički, ovo je prilično jednostavan sistem, obična malo interaktivni grafikon. Također imamo slično prikazano i na lokalnom nivou po opštinama sa obuhvatom koji je također objavljen na sajtu. Ako pristupite sajtu, moći ćete da vidite koji je to obuhvat, da vas sad ne zamaram. Ono što je bilo jako važno u postavljanju cijelog ovog projekta je ova vizualizacija, naravno politička volja, to znamo da je neophodno za sve projekte. Ne manje važno od toga ljudi, zaposleni u ministarstvima, da ne kažem, par entuzijasta na strani Ministarstva javne uprave i na strani Ministarstva finansija koji su vodili cijeli proces, nekako obezbijedili podršku vlade i kasnije oni koji su ga sproveli. Najveći dio ovog posla su zapravo povukli Ministarstvo finansija, zapravo cijelokupno ga sproveli i Ministarstvo javne uprave. Vlada je, da bi ovaj projekat učinila održivim, jer naučili smo na teži način da prošli projekti su bili vremenski ograničeni, nisu trajali u vremenu, nisu bili održivi, donijela zvaničnu instrukciju o vođenju evidencije broju zaposlenih, tako da sada znamo da je za to zaduženo Ministarstvo finansija i jasno znamo koja organizacijona jedinica prikuplja podatke, koliko frekventno, kako ih objavljuje i dakle, sve je propisano kako ne bi bilo prepušteno slučaju. Dolje, također možemo vidjeti povezanost ovog broja zaposlenih i vizualizacije cijele sa ciljevima strategije reforme javne uprave i indikatore koje pratimo kroz ovu vizualizaciju, kroz jednu strategiju, tako da u principu to je to. Nekako sve se može vidjeti na ovoj jednoj stranici, to nam je i bio cilj, da ne bi bilo dodatnih pitanja o tome koji smo obuhvat podataka uzeli, šta smo računali, šta nismo računali, da li će se to sprovoditi u buduće. I mogu vam reći da otkako smo objavili ove podatke, nekako se i interesovanje za iste, pa nije se smanjilo, ali nekako se stabilizovalo. Ili mi nekako manje osjećamo pritisak, više nemamo toliko SPI i ostalih zahtjeva da izvještavamo o broju zaposlenih, jer je sve vrlo jasno dostupno na sajtu, a možda su i tajne interesantnije od onoga što je otvoreno, tako da zaista, eto, ovo je jedan primjer gdje smo se od početka vodili principima dobrog upravljanja i zapravo upravljanja kvalitetom i pokušali smo da zaista ispunimo očekivanja korisnika, da podignemo transparentnost na jedan veći nivo i ja se nadam da smo napravili barem korak u povećanju tog nekog povjerenja između građana i vlade Crne Gore. To bi bilo to.
Thank you, Zorana. Indeed, very, very interesting. I haven't seen similar system, at least in the region, but I also doubt in member states there are. We also in the knowledge management platform we have these EU member states administrations, and in terms of number of public servants, you find different numbers in different sources. Wikipedia, national, different ministry has a different figure even for when they report for the same. So this is a result in Montenegro. Yes. I don't agree that secrets are more attractive than open data. Well, it depends, not in government transparency.
Yeah, we just don't feel it anymore.
Thank you, Zorana, for that. Interesting.
Can I go?
A project that you yes, you can go. You said that this project that didn't cost that much, so it is something that you can
No, it not cost that much in technical means, yes, for the visualization, not so much.
Mostly the political will, as you mentioned.
But it caused the time of the employees, and it caused the efforts to, get the political will and everything, and find out how to collect all the data and what will be a method and what will be the scope, etc., etc., etc. But it looks easy.
It looks easy, user-friendly. Thank you, Zorana, for that, and I think something that we can learn of. We are almost at the end. We have, in the end, usually we leave the sweets or the nice things, but sometimes the last presenter is in difficult position because he or she knows that it's between the relaxing time, so the free time, and the conference room. So this critical and difficult task is assigned to Mayara Soares Faria. She's connected there from France, from Paris, right? Mayara?
Yes.
Good, we see you, we hear you. So you represent the French Ministry of Civil Service and Transformation of Public Action. So your ministry, your government clearly has established a body that has a task to transform public service, but also simplify it. So because in the title of the ministry, it's also simplification. You represent one of the three pillars of this institution. We mostly work with the DGAFP, but you represent the Public Transformation Directorate, which is also an important pillar of institution and of transforming the whole civil service in France, which has one of the oldest in terms of most experienced and most well-established public services in Europe, if we get back to history and to historical developments in Europe. So Mayara, you will lead us through the efforts that the French administration is doing in terms of innovating and simplifying, and you will also give some examples. In that regard, you can share the screen, I hope. If not, we will share it from here. And we are all ears to hearing you before we conclude this session and this conference for today.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me first start by seeing if the sharing is working. Can you see
now
my
it's on the
presentation?
screen. We see it, yeah. If
And
you
if
make
I
it
go
full,
full screen?
excellent. Now we see it full screen as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm honored to be here with you, even though it's from afar. I would love to be present, maybe some next time. And I promise I'll try to be as brief as possible because I know it's the end of the afternoon. And as you mentioned, you've had probably a long day of presentations, and I don't want to just do another presentation. So I'll try to, make it a bit more dynamic. So my goal was to present, so as you mentioned, I come from the Directorate of Public Transformation. So we have multiple teams in this directorate. I work personally directly with our director because I'm in charge of international relations and open government, which is a transversal, let's say, transformation priority. But then within the directorate, we have different teams. And one of the teams is the one in charge of innovation and citizen participation. So this is the one that I wanted to discuss because, I mean, I think it relates to all the previous presentations that we've been seeing. So yeah, I'll go ahead and start, but if you have any problem hearing me or if you have questions, please
Sure.
don't hesitate
Yeah,
to
sure.
jump in. Thank you. Because I can't see you, I only see my screen now.
Yeah.
So in France, the way we see innovation, it's a bit of history just to give you more context. Our directorate was previously connected with the digital transformation department. So back in 2015, we were one of the same directorate, and the focus was on modernization and how to make, again, government more efficient. But then at this point, and with the election of President Macron in 2017, there was a split, and today we have one department in charge of digital, and the other department that we are in charge of transformation as a whole. And one of the reasons, I mean, there were many reasons, political reasons, of course, for the split, but one of the reasons on the, let's say, the more philosophical and intellectual part is because we didn't always want to associate innovation with digital. Because, of course, digital is important, and we live in a digitalized world now, and services should go through becoming more digital. But we wanted to keep this aspect of driving transformation through what we call the human element. And I think this is really what has been highlighted also by DG Reform, the OECD, that we have to be focused on what is the human aspect and the human needs in terms of public services and public action, so that we can drive the transformation through that. So with that, the team today, the first mission that we have is that we gathered experts from different areas. So one of the areas, for example, is behavioral sciences. I'm sure you've heard about this, but it's how to use science and research around psychology, also to better understand how the human behavior and the human element, once again, and better, the word, they don't necessarily like this word, but the word nudge, and better adapt public policies to the way humans actually behave. We also have a team that does service design. I'll talk about that in a moment, but it's how do you apply design methods that are used a lot in private companies, so to design digital products, for example, or to design new services, but how do you apply that design and experimentation methods to developing new public policies. We also have then a team of citizen participation. It's how do you better include the voice of citizens throughout the policy cycle and not only during elections. This is something that was also very important and highlighted in the OECD Trust Survey that was mentioned by Bruno earlier. And with that also the team about collective intelligence and coaching, because one of the skills that civil servants are really that we preach a lot in France is for them to go from this very hierarchical management structure to a really more collective intelligence way of thinking, and using facilitation and workshop methods to bring on new ideas and better collaborate. So these are the different expertise that we have in the innovation team. Just a quick focus on, I mentioned the design aspect, so in behavioral sciences. So the method that we use is really experimentation. So I think this is very similar to any other innovation team that you might have seen. Is we use the way they call it in the private sector maybe is the test and fail fast sort of method. The idea for it to be that you can test new ideas, you have the right to make mistakes, and you can quickly adapt and sort of like in this cycle come back and experiment once again. So again, this I think it's like a very classic innovation method, but it goes from immersion. So how do you conduct field surveys? How do you meet with users and stakeholders on the ground, and you understand their issues? Then you co-construct solutions. Again, the important aspect here is really co-constructing, is not really applying a ready-made solution that the government decides by themselves. Then you prototype and experiment. And then, the one that is perhaps missing here, but that we're really working more to emphasize is the evaluation aspect that goes afterwards to measure the impact of these experiments. The first part of was presenting to you what are our expertise and way of working. The second mission that the team has here in innovation is once we do these, let's say we use this expertise and we deploy projects with civil servants. Our goal is really also to make sure that we're disseminating these skills throughout the government, and not really, that the idea is not for us to keep it all for ourselves, and that the innovation team is the only one that is able to deploy, for example, design or behavioral sciences. So with that, we're launching actually next week what we call the Campus of Transformation, with the goal of enhancing transformation skills among public servants. And this is both an online and an offline platform that will help train public servants with all of these different skills that I just mentioned: behavioral science, collective intelligence, etc., so that they can use them in-house, and they can also then share amongst their own administrations. So it's a really important focus for us to work on the internalization of these skills. And this word has been key in France for these past few years, because I'm sure many of you have also had this issue. There was, especially during COVID here, there was a lot of questioning from the media and from civil society about why the government was asking so much for external service providers. So the big consultancy companies, for example, or even also technological companies. If we have so much, as you mentioned when you introduced me, if we have such a strong political force, public force, public servant force. So why can't we just do the projects ourselves, basically? So, and the issue was that mainly, public servants, they're very taken by the burden, the administrative burden that we have to deal with internally, and we have sometimes little time to innovate and to acquire new skills. So the goal that we have taken on the ITP is to offer them this opportunity and sort of a platform to develop new skills and trainings. On the right side of this slide, you can see what we call the pictures are really small, but it's just to showcase that this platform is both, again, online, where you can find trainings and workshops and sort of like use case examples, but we also have this sort of offline community that meets regularly. And for example, one of the goals is to train the trainers, let's say. So I, for example, myself have done some training on how to do workshop facilitation. And since I'm now a trainer, I can, take part in the next series of workshops to train other civil servants. So it's really a cycle with the goal of disseminating these skills around the public sector. The final, I think, mission that is associated with the innovation team is to also be able to have a place and a concrete, a physical space where this can be practiced, because innovation doesn't only happen within you and in your computer your regular office space, you also need a space for it to flourish, where you can meet other civil servants and where you can brainstorm more freely, let's say. And this has also been a very important for us since the beginning, is to create a lab. What is really not only a lab in the sense of the expertise that I have been mentioning, but a physical lab where people can meet and they can organize meetings with both other civil servants, but also other external actors such as civil society, researchers, etc. So you can see in the picture, like this is one part of the lab, but it's a big space. It's over almost 700 square meters dedicated to innovation. It has over 20,000 users per year. I'm sorry that was not translated in English. And it also has avoided a lot of costs for the state. I've heard all other presenters mention the money that has been saved thanks to innovation, and this is one of them, because before, whenever public servants needed to book a room to do a meeting or to organize events, they would have to externalize this. And now that we have this physical space, this has really brought a lot of savings for the state. This is just to showcase that this structure, this lab structure that I've mentioned, both physical but also in terms of expertise, we deploy it throughout the state because France is a centralized state. So meaning that there are regional, we have regional level, of course, but they have a bit of less competencies than federal states, for example, like Germany or the US. So here, there are representatives of the national state in the regional level. So in each one of those organizations, let's say, we have an innovation lab. And this has also been an important conquest for us because it has helped us really disseminate this innovation culture throughout, not only in Paris, but throughout the country. And of course, because as we know, also innovation also needs to happen where there are local problems and local issues. So a lot of times we will have very great examples coming from these labs that then help us see a specific issue that are maybe common to other regions, and then it can scale to the national level. I'll go really quickly through the slide, but this was just to show a bit of focus on what we do in terms of citizen participation. This is an app that was launched last year called Agra, with the goal of allowing a better dialogue amongst citizens and the government. So for the government, it was to make sure that we had a one-stop shop, let's say, for all the citizen participation consultations. So if they wanted to, whenever they were launching a new reform or a new policy, they can ask citizens for their insights and for their opinion, and then gather these insights and make sure that the new policy or the new reform would be adapted and respond to citizens' needs. And for citizens, it was also a way to ask questions for it's also a way to ask questions for the government. And this was a really interesting feature that every week a minister, now it's a bit on pause because of the current, the latest political changes, but at least at the beginning when it was launched, the goal was that every week a minister would answer the most voted questions, from citizens. So this was a really interesting innovation that was brought with this app. Maybe on this is just some examples that we have from innovation labs. It's the type of tools that they can design for public servants. So this first one was a self-diagnosis tools to help how to understand the reception process of, I don't know if reception is the right word in English, but of citizens when they go to public services, and how, as I mentioned before, using design methods to understand the user journeys and experiences of citizens when they interact with public services and how you can improve this experience. This other one was on open data. It's sort of like a toolkit designed to public servants to better understand open data, better use it, and better reuse mainly the data available. And just a very quick focus also on evaluation, because an assessment, I think this is a point that in our latest work in innovation, it has become really important to us, is how do we go from just evaluating the solution that we put in place, so the dissemination of what has been done and what didn't work, and how we can do better, and how do we understand that, to really, sorry for all the slides, to really sort of adopting an assessment approach throughout the innovation process. And I think, again, this is no new information. I'm sure that, I mean, you've heard this in the previous presentations also, but it is a different way of thinking, because usually when you implement a project, whether it is in innovation or not necessarily an innovative project, we go from problem to solution, and we have a harder time thinking on how can we, from the start, really associate all of our thought process with indicators and measures that will help us evaluate it in the end. So I think this is what we're trying to implement. We have a new person in the team working on, for every specific area of innovation, how we can create indicators and measures that will allow us to do this sort of in-process evaluation assessment. Yeah, I think this was everything that I wanted to share with you. I try to be, I think, as quick as possible. Thank you for
No, thank you, Mayara, for your intervention and time, and for the nice photography in the sense of knowledge that you shared. The Innovation Lab, the culture of experimentation, the fact that you shouldn't be ashamed to experiment, to mistake, and also that will lead to improving a process and even innovating it. Plenty of nice information in your PowerPoint presentation. With your permission, we'll be sharing with our participants, of course, recognizing that it's your copyright and your intellectual property. Many thanks. I hope we'll have chances to exchange closer, because we would need a full day to explore all you presented in a depth. So we have to think of doing something either in Paris or here in the Western Balkans, that we share a bit more on innovation labs and this culture of experimentation in public sector, etc. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon ahead.
Thank you, and also please don't hesitate if you
Well,
have
this
any
goes to
questions
you.
to share.
Thank you. Well, this applause indeed goes to you, the most resilient part of the HLPD, of the high-level policy dialogue, that bared and stayed until the last session. We labeled this as an informal session, and indeed it was so. RESPA is well known for heavy programs after lunch, so we didn't fail this time as well. Thank you very much. We'll see most of you very soon. Worst case, next year we'll meet again, I hope in Montenegro, because now Montenegro is getting the chairmanship of RESPA, and let's keep up this innovation spirit that I think we are starting to put into the soil of public service in the Western Balkans. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon and enjoy Skopje.